Hey everyone, how's it going? I have a really awesome tutorial where I'm going to walk you through how you can build a second brain type of application. If you don't know what a second brain is, it's basically a place where you can put your documentation, your notes, and you can use AI to basically ask questions and search over all your documentation. All right, so let's just go ahead and sign in. I am using Clerk for authentication, which is one of the sponsors of this video. So I'm just go ahead and sign in as my WebDevCody account. And that is going to take us over to our dashboard where we can actually create and upload some notes and documentation. I do have a dark mode toggle, which I'll probably be going through most of this tutorial using. So here's what the dark mode looks like. So this big brain application has three main pieces of functionality that we're going to be building out. The first thing is the ability to search over all your documentation and notes using vector search. I will say that this video is sponsored by Convex as well, which has vector searching built into it under the hood. And all of this application is using Convex for a backend as a service. Tons of great features in Convex and Clerk. The way this works is basically we can come in here and we can upload a document. So I can go ahead and say like Next.js route handlers. We got some validation set up. So if I don't type anything in, we get validation. And I can go and select my route handlers MDX.txt file and I'll click upload. And while that's being uploaded, OpenAI is actually going to loop over all your text and generate a description for you automatically. And once that's set up for you, you can view the documentation. There's an iframe over here that kind of prints out the documentation. You can view through it. And then also you can chat with the documentation as well. So if I were to say, how do I handle cookies in a Next.js app router 14 handler? I click submit. That's using OpenAI to basically download the file that's stored in Convex's file storage. It gets the text, it figures out the context, and then it answers the question based on what you're asking. So I'm asking questions directly over the documentation. So scrolling through here, it does respond with how you could potentially read cookies. So notice it says import cookies from Next headers, and you can get the cookies like this. And again, this is all based on the current documentation you upload. So you can upload MDX files, text files, Microsoft DOC files if you want to. And then finally, we have the ability to delete this document if you don't want it. The second thing we have is the ability to create notes. So let's just go ahead and create a note here. And I'll say, today I worked on recording a video about building out the big brain app. Go ahead and save that. This also has validation built into it out of the box. I'll create that. And then I can view my notes later on. And I can also delete my notes if I want to. But the really cool part is if I go to search over here, I can go ahead and search all my documentation or my notes for something specific. So for example, if I want to say, what did I work on today? And do a search, that is going to search over using vector search and find that the most relevant note to what I just searched was, today I worked on recording a video building a big brain. If I click on this, it'll take me directly to my note, or I can go and I can actually click on the documentation and view those docs. So for example, that documentation for the route handlers, I'm going to go ahead and just say route handlers, search that. And this doc has the highest relevancy. If I click on this, notice it takes me back directly to that doc. And the last thing I want to show is that we have Clerk organizations built into all this, right? So if I go to my own personal account, it doesn't have any documentation on it because as you upload documentation and as you create new notes, those are going to be scoped to your own personal account or your organization if you want to. So for example, I'm going to go to my notes here and I'll click, this is a shared note. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then if I were to log out and log back in as a different account, I'm going to log back in as my other account who's also part of that same organization. Go ahead and click on my org here. And notice if I go to notes, this is a shared note that I also can see because I'm part of this organization as well. So that is what we are going to be building today. If you guys are interested in sticking around, I think it'll be a really good learning opportunity. So let's just go ahead and dive right into the code and start building this from scratch. So I like to start my projects with a brand new repository for every project. So let's go ahead and click on this new button and we are going to make a repository. Let's call this project Big Brain. And then I'm going to go down here. We'll do MIT. And let's just go ahead and create it. And throughout this tutorial, as I'm working on it, I'm going to try to make small commits. And you can kind of look through that commit history to see how I did the work over time. That's something that's interesting to you to learn. So I'm going to click on this code button. And we're going to go ahead and copy this URL because we're going to clone this repository to our workspace. So I'm going to go to a workspace folder over here and I'm going to say git clone and go ahead and type in that URL. Okay, now that it's done cloning, I can actually open it up And now that it's done cloning, let's just go to my workspace. I believe I have it in my workspace folder here. I'm gonna open up Big Brain. And now we have a blank repository where we can start working on some stuff. So the first thing we're gonna do is we need to set up Next.js, right? So I'm gonna say npx create next app at latest. And then I'll just go ahead and put a dot here to designate the current folder I'm in. That'll ask you some questions. Yes, I want to download the latest Next.js package. I want TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, source directory, sure. I like using the defaults for everything. I think they're good enough. All right, so now the project is done scaffolding up. Let's just do an npm run dev, and that will run our Next.js project on localhost 3000. I like to make sure everything is working before I start diving more into the code, and we have a starter point for the Next.js project. So the second thing we want to do is, like I mentioned, we're going to be using Convex for our backend. So going over to the Convex docs, they have a getting started guide for Next.js, and that's what we're going to be using. So let's click on this Next.js quick start guide. And since we already created a Next.js application, let's just scroll down, and I want to install Convex. Let's go over here, make a new tab, just run that command. And while that's running, let's go back over here. So step 3 is you need to initialize your Convex directory. So I'm going to go ahead and just run this command as well. And when I run this, this is actually going to connect my device to Convex. So I'm going to go ahead and say my device name, MacBook Pro 3. I think this is the first time using this laptop, so let's just go ahead and do that. And then it's asking, do I want to open a browser to click on a verification code? I'm going to say yes. I know that was hidden by my terminal, but now you see there's a confirmation code. I'm supposed to go back and verify that it starts with TXNZZLBD. It does. Let's just click confirm. And now my device is linked up to Convex. So basically when I ran that npx convex dev command, let me move this up a little bit. So it's asking me, do I want to start a new project? I'm going to say yes. And then it's going to ask me what team do I want to use. I'm going to use my WebDev Cody team. And then we're going to call this the Big Brain project. Okay, so now it has initialized a Convex project. Notice this says Convex functions ready. And if we go over here to the left, you'll see there's a Convex directory. And that's where we're going to be putting all of our Convex files. And I'll kind of walk you through how all of Convex works. It's actually really easy to get going with. So at this point, I think we're actually good to start coding. So we're going to go ahead and actually commit this. I'm just going to say git add all. And I'll say initial commit. And then I'm going to go ahead and push that to main. Okay. I like doing the git commits in the terminal sometimes, but you can go over here and use VS Code as well. I'll show that the next time we do a commit. But now we actually have that commit pushed over to a repo. If I refresh this page, you will see that all those changes have been pushed over, and we should be good to go. So before we actually start going more into this quick start guide, we're going to have to come back and fix some stuff when we add in Clerk, which is what we're going to be using for our authentication. So let's just go ahead and set up Clerk right now. If you go to authentication over here on the left and then go to Clerk, they explain to you how you can set it up with Next.js. So let's just go over here. Let's follow this tutorial. I'm going to go to Clerk and I'm going to make a new account for this Big Brain project. All right, so I'm at my applications page. Let's click create application. So now that we're creating an application, there's a couple of things that we can select to allow our users to log in. For right now, we can just keep it with the defaults of Google and email, but I mean, you have all of these different OAuth providers. You have GitHub, you have Notion, you have Slack, Twitch, whatever you want. You just have to go and basically generate a application with whatever OAuth provider you're using, and then paste your keys into your Clerk production app. So we'll call this Big Brain. And then I'm going to click create application, and that's going to make us a Big Brain project. All right. So let's go ahead and grab some of these things. The first thing we need to do is we're going to have to install Next.js with the Clerk package. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab this command, and then I'll install it over here. And then secondly, in our .env.local file, we need to grab these. So let's go over to .env local. Notice that we already have a couple of Convex things already populated here. That's basically telling Convex how to point to our remote Convex project that's been set up now. So if you click on Big Brain in Convex, this is the Convex dashboard. I have a lot of projects set up. Let's click on the Big Brain one. And now this is the main dashboard that we're going to be using a lot in this tutorial to basically view, inspect, manage, maintain our data or files and everything else. Now I'm not going to go through the rest of these steps in Clerk because this is outlined in the Convex and Clerk Setup guide. So let's just go through here. We already created the application. Step 3 is we need to create a JWT template. Okay, so let's go over here to the left, do JWT templates. I'm going to create a new one. And look at that, they already have Convex ready to go. Let's click on Convex. And what we want to do is we want to go down here and just go ahead and click Save. And I do believe we want to copy something. So I think the issuer, we have to copy that, and we're going to use it in a little bit. But basically this page is telling Convex what things it has access to in the tokens when you like log in and authenticate with Clerk. I'll explain that later on. But let's just continue on the setup guide. So once you've set that all up, they tell you to copy this issuer, which we did. And then you can create this Convex auth config.ts file. So let's just go ahead and go to that. I'll make an auth.config.ts file. And then we want to copy this, that, and then we want to go back to Clerk because I've already lost it from a clipboard, and just copy that issuer. And then we want to put that inside of here, probably with the trailing /2. Okay, so they're telling us to install Clerk/Clerk React. We can actually skip this because we just did it with this next package here. Let's go ahead and scroll down. So now in the layout of the main section that we're kind of setting everything up, what we need to do is we need to create a providers file. I'm going to copy this code. So we are using Next.js App Router, and so basically every URL of your application is going to be mapped to a file. It uses a file-based routing. And one of the important files we're going to need is a layout.tsx, which already exists actually, so let's just look at it. And inside this layout, basically you can start defining some global things that wrap every page in your application. And typically what people do is they'll add a providers here. So I'll just add like a providers.tsx, and I'm going to say export function providers. And then I want to return that code I copied from the other page. Okay, so let's just kind of import some of the stuff. And then here we could do children. Over here, this could be children. Go ahead and do that. And there's a couple things that we have to set up. First of all, we need to set up a Convex object, which I believe is done here. So let's just grab this. The Convex React client, import that. And their examples are using Vite. In my example, I'm using just the local env, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. And let's go back to .env local. And notice that we have next public's Convex URL. I'm going to go ahead and just put that right there. And by the way, if you want to skip all these steps, I mean, you could just go ahead and check out my code at a particular commit, and you can just have everything ready to go if you want to fast forward. But I like to kind of walk through these steps just in case anyone is trying to get started from scratch so they understand what's going on. Okay, so that's setting up a Convex object, and we're passing that to this Convex provider, which is going to allow everywhere else in our application where we start calling like use mutation and use query, it has access to this Convex library under the hood. Secondly, we do need to pass in a use auth command here. So how do we get that? Well, that is going to come from, and that needs to come from Clerk. So let's go ahead and bring that in. We can just auto import it from Clerk Next.js. And then finally, we need to make sure the publishable key is set. So this needs to be, what does this need to be? That's going to be this one, next public Clerk publishable key, process env, and I'm going to paste that in. All right, I'm missing a trailing curly brace there. And so this is a providers file, and typically in every Next.js application I've worked on, you always end up having like a providers file that has like a use client at the top. And then what you do is in your layout, you're going to import this, and then you're going to wrap all your children with it. So let's just go ahead and just add that in. And auto import that. And now we have access to Convex and Clerk throughout our application, hopefully, if everything is set up properly. All right, so let's just test some stuff out. Let's make sure this is working. Typically what I like to do is just copy this example, unauthenticated and authenticated. And we are going to go ahead and just put that directly inside of our page. So let's go over here, open up our page, and then I'm going to delete a majority of the boilerplate code that came with this project. Okay, and then I'm going to paste those in. And then make sure we kind of auto import those. Alrighty, so let's go to our application. Let's refresh. Let's make sure that these buttons show up. So we are getting a little issue. It looks like one of these components that we're bringing in uses a create context method, and that's coming from Convex. So I think I need to add use client in this particular example, but there's other ways that you can actually check this without having to add use client at the top. But I just want to make sure this all works, and we do see a sign in button. So let's click it, and let's make sure we get redirected to Clerk. I'm gonna go ahead and just click on continue with Google. I'll click on my name, and then hopefully we get redirected back to our application. And we now see a user button icon. So it's kind of small. Let's click it. And now we have the Clerk dialog that pops open where we can actually manage our accounts directly inside of Clerk if you want to. Pretty cool. We can actually like update our profile picture. We can change our name, our emails and stuff. And then also we can go ahead and just delete our account here, which later on we'll see with a webhook. We can listen for when our account gets deleted in Clerk. And we can run some custom logic in Convex to do some cleanup or whatever. All right, so this is all I wanted to get set up. I want to make sure I commit this, and I'll just go ahead and say setting up Clerk. All right, so let's just go ahead and commit this, sync those changes up, and I'll say OK. So it doesn't look like much right now, but trust me, we do actually have authentication set up, and we also have a complete backend as a service hooked into our Next.js application. And I think we're kind of good to hit the ground running now. So the first thing I want to kind of introduce you to, if you're using Convex, is this idea of how do you query data from the Convex database and how do you insert data into Convex as well. So let's go to Convex here. And since our application is going to be dealing with like documents, it probably makes sense to make a new file and just name it documents.ts. So my convention with Convex is like whatever your data model is, I would just name it, you know, documents or files or users or whatever. And then inside of here, you have all your functions that are related to what you need to do with these documents. The first thing we want to try doing is, can we insert some data into the Convex backend, into the Convex database? So the first approach that you're going to end up learning with Convex is you need to create something called a mutation. So let's just make a const called create document. And then we're going to say equals mutation. So I think since this is the first time I'm using this, like my autocomplete is not really working. So you do sometimes have to manually copy some imports. So if you go to the Convex docs and go to the mutation section, which you can find by just typing mutations here, click on this. I just wanted to basically manually import these. So my VS Code editor is a little bit more intelligent as to like how it can find these mutations. So this is how you can create a mutation function. And the first thing you need to do is declare some arguments, like what exactly can the user send from the front end to this endpoint, right? Again, this is just a function that's going to run on a backend somewhere. And so you need to be able to define the arguments. We'll go ahead and do this. And inside this args object, you can define what values should be passed over the wire. So in our case, we're going to say v, which is this kind of factory function that comes from Convex called values. So inside of our args here, we're actually going to say title, and then we're going to say v dot, and then there's a bunch of different data types that exist on that v object here, right? So we have like numbers, objects, whatever. We just want a string. So let's just go ahead and do string, and I believe it's a method, so you got to call it. And then also, this is complaining because we haven't defined a handler. So let's just go ahead and do here, and we'll just say async handler, and then we'll do this example here. And so how this handler works is this is where you can actually run some JavaScript code, where typically if we're doing a mutation, we have to insert something into a database. Let's just go ahead and say await context dot, and notice this context object has a bunch of stuff already baked onto it, right? We have authentication. This is how we can get the current authenticated user and get their ID. We have database where we can actually read and write something from a database, and then scheduler and storage, which we'll talk about later. Let's just do database. And then we're going to go ahead and say insert. And notice that we can actually call that with a method. And we can just do documents. We don't have any IntelliSense autocomplete for documents yet, but we will when we add a schema file, which I'll talk about later. And then we want to basically pass, what exactly we're going to store here. In our case, let's just store a title. And that's going to come from args title. Okay, so we created this function, which basically we need to call it from the front end somehow. So let's just make a button on the front end, which is going to invoke this mutation to basically store some data. So go back to here, and if you're authenticated, just add a button here. and then I'll say click me. And then on the button itself, we need to invoke this mutation. So how do we actually get access to that mutation function from Convex? Well, we can go over here. We can say const create document equals use mutation. This is a method you can import. And then we're going to go ahead and say API. Make sure you auto import that dot documents dot create document. Okay. And that's how you can get access to that function. So now if I just call this down here, if I say on click, and then basically call it, I can pass it whatever title I want. So I'll say like hello world, and then close that off. Okay. So now when I click it, this is actually going to do an HTTP request. It's going to send over this data directly to that method that we have created. I'm going to store that in Convex's database, and then everything should just work. Now, one thing I want to point out before I actually test this out is every time you save a file in this Convex directory, notice that it's going to recompile and ship off your new code to the Convex backend. And after it says functions ready, you can actually test it. Let's go back to the UI and let's actually verify this. Okay, let's click on click me. I'm just going to click it once. And obviously there's not going to be any feedback on this page, but to verify something actually went down, let's go and log into Convex real quick. All right, I'm loaded up with the Big Brain project, and notice here we do have some data that came in. Pretty cool, right? Now I will point out everything that you insert into Convex, it has like a default ID attached to it. This is the unique identifier for your record, and we are going to be using this later on. So another thing I want to point out is that we just store data without actually defining a schema, right? So this approach right here is kind of like NoSQL, but I like to write code with a nice, strong, strict schema and make it act more like SQL, right? So going back, if you notice down at the bottom, there is a generate schema button. If you click it, it's going to kind of inspect the current tables you have and suggest how your schema should look. So if you actually copy this code and put it in a schema.ts file in your project, schema.ts, and I'll go ahead and paste that in. What this does is now we have beautiful IntelliSense and TypeScript safety when you start trying to insert stuff. Because before, when we said insert, it didn't really tell us what tables we have. Now, if I were to do a quote here. Oh, actually, I put it in the wrong directory. If I put this in the Convex folder, that's probably where I should have put it. And now what I was trying to show is that when you define this strict schema, where I basically said there's a documents table and it has one column called title and it's a type of string, what this allows your code to do is it can actually use TypeScript to figure out and give you some nice IntelliSense autocomplete. So now actually document shows up here. Before this wasn't giving a suggestion because it didn't know about it, right? So now I do this and it kind of explains that I have a table called documents. And then also for the properties of that table, that's also auto-completed. So very useful, and you kind of need that as your applications grow larger. Otherwise, it becomes harder to maintain. And that's one of the great benefits of TypeScript. So now that we have added data to the database, we actually want to fetch some data back and have it displayed on the screen. So how do we do that? Well, there's a method called query that exists in here. So I could say query. And then we're going to make a new function. I'll say export const get documents, and look at IntelliSense trying to do it for us, but we're going to go ahead and just do it manually since this is a learning experience. And then we want to go ahead and say async handler. We'll say context, and you know what? Let's just whatever. Let's let Copilot do it for us. We're going to say DB, and then we're going to say query, and then we want to get from the documents table. And then for right now, we're just going to go ahead and collect everything. Just give us back everything from the table, and we will return that. Okay. So now that we have this get documents method, we can go back to our UI, and we can bring that query in. So I'll say const documents is equal to use query, and then I'll say API documents get document. Okay, so now we have this documents object, and notice that if you hover over it, it has all the type safety already out of the box. It knows it's an array. It knows that it has, a title on it, a creation time, and an ID. And we can actually use that and display it on the page somewhere. So if we're authenticated, what we could do is just loop over those. I'll say documents.map. and then we'll just go ahead and render them out like this. That's underscore ID. So now let's go back to the UI, and I want to show you that this is probably the coolest thing about Convex is everything is hooked in with live data. So as I'm clicking this button, that is going to update our Convex database. And Convex is smart enough to understand what queries you're currently listening for, like what records in the database you're listening for, and it's going to send you back events when any of those records are modified. So the very fact that we're doing a complete query against the entire documents collection, we get sent back events automatically through WebSockets, and our UI using React and the library under the hood reacts to those and just renders them out. So you can actually achieve a lot more functionality with a lot less code using Convex, which I think is pretty cool. So you can kind of just do that. And then secondly, the Convex dashboard is actually fully integrated to this database as well. So if I go over here and just delete these documents, go back to our app, notice that now they're all gone because they're all connected to the same database and they all get those same events as your data is being added, updated, and deleted. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just commit. We've done some good changes. I'm going to go ahead and say just initial Convex overview, and then we'll go ahead and commit those up. All right, so the next thing I want to work on is we set up Clerk and we should be authenticated and that should be hooked into Convex, but I want to show you how we can actually associate these documents with the user who is currently logged in. Because there's a couple of flaws with our current design. Right now we're fetching back all the documents in our database. Not the best. We should probably fetch back documents that are only associated with certain users. And then secondly, when we create a document, we're not telling the database like who this document should be associated with. And then thirdly, like maybe you shouldn't be able to call this method unless you're logged in to begin with. So let's go ahead and do that first of all. Let's just go here. So the way we can check to see if a user is authenticated before they can actually call this method is we could simply say const user ID is equal to await context dot auth dot get user identity. And then I want to wrap this. I'm going to say get the token identifier. All right. So if you hover over this, you'll see that it's potentially undefined. So let's just go ahead and say if there is no user ID, then we can go ahead and throw a new convex error, and then we'll say not authenticated. All right. So let's go back and let's try this out. You know, the second thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to log out the user ID so we can actually visualize this. So going back to our UI, let's just go ahead and click this. And now we're going to go to the Convex dashboard, and I want to show you something. If I go to logs over here, you're going to be able to see all the logs that are happening on any of your Convex mutations, your queries, your actions, etc. And one of the logs I just printed out was that identity. So over here you can see that we printed out that perfect cricket 75, and then also the user ID here. And for right now, this is going to be the thing that we're going to attach to the documents so we can keep track of like what user this is associated with. But later on, I may refactor that a little bit and not have that long ID be attached to all the documents. So let's go back to our schema. And what we could do is in this table itself, we can go ahead and say like token identifier. I don't know if I spelled that right. Okay, and so we're going to attach that to the documents table so that we can later on look it up. So a second thing I want to show you that's very important when it comes to databases is typically when you have a table, you have multiple columns. In some of those columns, you want to create indexes on them so it's very fast to do queries and lookups on those rows. So in our case, we have this documents table. I'm going to say index, and I'm going to say by token identifier. And then the second argument, you can actually specify a list of the columns in order that you want to be used when you're doing a query. So in our case, we want to be able to query back the documents table and give us back all of the documents associated with this user. So I'm going to go ahead and add that. All right. And so what we need to do is now we need to add that token identifier here. So I can go like this and save that. And so when a user creates this document, that'll get saved to the database with their user ID basically. And we can fetch that back. So in the query, how do we fetch back just the documents associated with this user? Well, instead of saying collect here, we can say dot with index. So we can go ahead and do that by token identifier. And then we're going to go ahead and take in a queue here. And the way this works is you can basically query. So say q dot equals. And then I want to say the field name of token identifier. And then I want to pass in And then I want to pass in the user ID, which we don't have, right? So we need to figure out how to get that. Well, we already did figure that out right here. And so I can just go here and paste that in. And instead of throwing an error if user ID is not defined, I'm just going to return an empty array here. Typically in my queries, I don't like to throw errors because like you'd have to figure out a way to catch those in your front end. I'd rather just return some nil type of state. I like that. But basically what we're doing is we're saying query the table for every record where that token identifier matches that user ID. That makes sense? So now if we go back to our page, everything should potentially work as it did before. And then finally, we have to make sure we collect, because I think we forgot to run collect there. Very important to tell Convex that, hey, everything's done building. Let's just go ahead and run this thing. And now if we go back to the page, everything's good. So all that work, and honestly, you won't see much different in the UI. I mean, this is still going to work as it did before. But if I were to log out and sign in as someone else, you'll notice that I will only get back data associated with the user who's currently signed in. And we actually see back all the data. Now, I think the issue is if you go back and actually look at the terminal, Convex didn't actually successfully build. So make sure that you keep this terminal open because you need to know when Convex didn't actually validate your schema properly. So the reason this is having issues is because we just added basically a required field to an existing table, which would require some type of migration script to basically go through all the existing records and attach some type of a token identifier. Okay. In our case, we're just, rapidly prototyping. We're in the early stages of our application. I can just go into my documents and delete them for right now. And we should be able to come back here and create a couple records for this user. So I'll create like 3 for that user, and then I'm going to sign out. And then I should be able to sign back in. And hopefully we don't see any issues with the data. So now this user only has 1 hello world. The other user has 2. And if you go back to the data, you'll notice that there's 2 different token identifiers being used here. There's one for the first user that I logged in with that ends with LNI, and then there's another one that ends with JQK. So good job. We've successfully scoped the data per user ID, which is kind of a step in the right direction in terms of what we're shooting after. Now, at some point later on in the video, we're actually going to refactor this even more because we're going to try to bring in like organizations. And we're probably going to be scoping the data based on an organization ID instead of a user token identifier. But we'll cross that bridge in just a little bit. Let's just go ahead and commit what we have. I'm going to go ahead and say scoping data to user identifier. Okay, go ahead and commit that. And we should be good there. So now that we have some basic functionality hooked in, I like to come and add Shadcn, which is the component library I enjoy using, just to make this, button actually look like a button, and maybe add in some card components or a top header. So going to the documentation, let's just go ahead and go to install. I'll click Next.js. And we need to install from step 2, because I do believe we already have step 1 set up. Go back to our terminal over here. I'm going to zoom out just 1 because I do think it's too zoomed in. And we're going to run this command, and that is going to install a couple of things. So I want to say yes to that. And then that's going to install a configuration JSON file and some other things related to Shadcn. I'm going to ask you what style do you want. I'll just say the default. And maybe I'll change the base color to something else now. Maybe I'll try zinc and see how that looks. Would you like to use CSS variables? Sure. And so now Shadcn should be fully set up. And if we scroll through here, there's a couple of additional steps that you can use to get started. So if you want to, you can follow this font section, which is how they set up their fonts, I guess. So let's just go ahead and do this. I'll just follow exactly how they do it. And I think we should be good. Oh, last thing is we need to go to the Tailwind file, and let's import this theme and extend the font family. So let's go to Tailwind. Let's find theme. And I think font family needs to be extended. I can go up here and I can import this. Okay, hopefully that's in the right place. Okay, so to verify if we're good or not, like did we set this up correctly, the first thing I like to do is let's just install a really simple component. So if you haven't used Shadcn before, you basically have all these components, and every one you have to install individually. I know it's kind of a pain, but that's so that you're not just installing a bunch of random stuff that you might never use in your project. So kind of a la carte install what you need. So let's just start with the button. Go ahead and run this command. And when you run it, it's going to put your button component directly in your project inside of this components directory here. And, you know, I just noticed that this application is not built with the source directory. Typically, I like to make all my Next.js applications with the source directory, but we'll just roll with it. It's fine. Okay, so if you scroll through here, you'll see there's a button now. And this button has a bunch of predefined code and styles and variants that you can use in your application. So let's verify this works. Let's go to the main page. Let's find where we have that click me button and let's change it to a real Shadcn button over here and then import that component. Now, if you go back to the UI, we should see a nice button. Second thing is we probably want to add in some type of light and dark mode toggle. Super easy to get set up over here. Let's just type in dark mode and then follow the Next.js guide. I'm going to go ahead and install the Next themes. Go here, install Next themes. And then they kind of show you how to do it. If you make a theme provider.tsx inside of your components directory. So theme provider tsx, paste that in. And then you use it in your layout. In our case, we're going to use it in our, we'll use it in our providers file. Remember we created this providers file? I'm going to go ahead and put it here so that we have all this kind of consolidated in one place. And then let's just go ahead and close that off. And the last step that you want to do is you want to install this theme toggle. So let's just go ahead and copy this. And this will be called our theme toggle. So let's go back to the components UI and I'll say theme toggle tsx. Paste this in. And actually it's called mode toggle. So let's change this to mode toggle. And this is using something called drop down menu. So we need to install another Shadcn component. Let's find drop down, which should be on the left somewhere. Here it is. Let's click this. And again, you can just run this command to install it in your application. Let's just go ahead and do this. And that should install. And then this red squiggly should disappear. And it looks good. And the final thing we need to do is put this mode toggle somewhere on our page. Let's go back over here. I'm just going to put the mode toggle right here. Save it. And now it should show up on the page, hopefully. Okay, here it is. We can switch from light mode to dark mode. Okay, slowly coming along, slowly coming along. I think the next thing I would like to do is let's add like a top header. So inside of our layout, let's go over here and inside of providers, right above children, let's just pretend we have a header. And we're going to make our own header so you can kind of get some experience with Tailwind CSS. I'm going to go to components, UI, and actually for the header, I'm going to put directly in the app directory. I would say if the thing is reusable, then it should probably live in this components directory. If it's a one-off thing that's only ever used one place, for example, a header, usually only used one place, I would just put it co-located inside your app directory. So we have the header right next to the layout, and then we can kind of make a function and export it. So I'll export function header, and this can just return like a div that says header for right now. And then we're going to auto import this. And let's make sure that the header shows up here, and it does. There's also a warning that we'll have to fix. I think this is related to the color mode toggle that we added in, so maybe we should go and fix the toggle real quick. I think the main difference is they add the suppress hydration warning on their HTML. So let's go to our layout. Let's add that right there, and I think that'll get rid of that warning that we're seeing. Looking good. So for the header, what I typically do is I have like a logo and then the name of your application. And then on the right, I'll have this little user button. So let's go back to the main page and let's grab some of the stuff. So like, for example, just grab all this. Why not? And we're going to paste it right here. And for right now, say use client. And we can kind of just start importing some of the stuff. Also, yeah, the mode toggle will probably live there as well. We don't need the button. We don't need the div. Okay, so the way this works is I'm going to, on the header itself, I'm going to give a class name. And I'm going to say this whole thing is going to have a BG of slate. And we can do like 900 or something. Okay, and inside the header, typically you do like a container. And you can say mx auto. So that everything inside the container is going to be contained based on your screen size. And then on the left, we'll have like the logos. So for example, we'll have like a header over here. And on the right, you could have your actions. So I'll do this. All right. And then what we need to do is we need to put some space between this div and this div on the page. So I'm going to go ahead and say flex justify between. That's how you do it. So now if you zoom out, notice that we have a header on the page and we have the icons over here in the dark mode toggle. Okay. I probably want to center this as well. So I'll say item center just so that the header is kind of centered there. And then also probably add a little bit more padding because right now it's like super, super small. So maybe we can say padding Y of 4. Okay. And then I'm going to move the dark mode toggle inward and swap it with the avatar. So let's move the mode toggle there. And then I'm going to go ahead and, can I give this a class name? I don't think I can. So I need to give this a class name. Because I want to figure out why because these things are really spaced close together. So I want to kind of like space them out. So let's just give this a class name flex gap of 2. That should space them out. Maybe even like a gap of 4 or 8 or a 6. Just so people don't misclick the buttons on accident. All right, on the left here, let's call this big brain. Like that. And then maybe we can get like a nice looking icon that kind of embody like what this application is supposed to be. I went ahead and put that in my public folder. So we have public logo here. And let's try to bring that in. So I'm going to say image, and I'm going to bring in the next image component. We could say source, and I'll say logo.png. Go ahead and just give it some fixed width and height. Probably an alt that says an image of a brain. Okay. And then on here, again, let's just give this a flex. And then we'll say like items center gap of 4. And let's look at the UI and see what this looks like. All right, there it is, a giant picture of a brain. I need to scale it down. I think 100 by 100 is too much. So maybe 50 by 50 or 40 by 40. And then also, you can give this a class name of rounded. Go like this. And there you have it. We got our little logo. We got some text here. I should probably make that a little bit bigger. So here I could say text of 2XL. Actually, that needs to be here. So let's see, text of 2XL. Save that. And then we got our app name. I think it'd be better if it said big brain like that. All right, so this looks pretty good. I mean, it's a basic header. Obviously, if you're on mobile, like we'd have to find some pre-made header that works for mobile, but I think this is a good start. And again, if you were to log out, let's make sure if you sign out, we do get that sign in button. We can sign back in. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just commit what we have because we did quite a bit. We added in Shadcn. So added in Shadcn and created header, and I'll just commit those. So something that kind of bothers me about the UI is notice that when it first loads, these buttons over here like don't show, and then it takes a little bit of time and then they show up. So I would rather that the icon here just showed some type of loader or an indicator kind of specifying that, hey, it's trying to figure out if we're logged in or not. And the mode toggle can always be displayed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this back to a normal server component. And then we need to actually extract some of this stuff out. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one up here so the mode toggle will always be displayed. Then I'm going to cut this out. And I'm going to make another file here called like header actions. And then we're going to go ahead and say export function header actions. And then we're going to return this just like that. And go ahead and grab some of those same functionality and paste it there. And then this one has to have a use client at the top. Okay. I believe this needs to have a parent. So let's just wrap this in a fragment here. Should be good. So now we can use the header actions on the actual header over here. Like this. Save that. And then I do believe there is another loader that we can use. So let's go here, offloading. So like if this thing is still loading, I can just do a ... Now if I refresh the page, notice that it says loading and then it finally shows the user button. The alignment needs to be fixed. I don't know why this is like going to a new line. Probably because I took it out of a div. I think this whole thing needs to be here. And then that needs to go away like this. Refresh the page. It's loading now. It looks good. And then also for the loading text, that probably needs to be items center like this. Okay. So it's just the little things like that. There's just like polish your application and make it a little bit better. You might complain and say you don't like the content shifting and stuff like that, but I think this is a better approach. All right, so enough playing around with the header. Let's actually work on the dashboard, okay? So right here, when the user logs in, they are seeing all this stuff, which is not very useful. And let's work on removing some of the stuff. So going back to the application, let's go to our main page. So we'll go app.page, and then we're gonna remove the user button, and then we're gonna remove all this stuff. And what we need to do instead is we need to loop over all those documents that we're getting from Convex and display them in a nicer way. Because right now, just saying hello world here, not the best. So what I like to do is I like grabbing cards. I think cards is a good way to visualize data, but you can use whatever component that you think would work best for showing documents. Or we could just kind of style it ourselves if we want to. We don't necessarily have to install a card and do all this stuff, but let's just do this so we get more familiar with Shadcn. I'm going to go ahead and copy that component, and then I'm going to go ahead and add it. Okay, and while it's adding, we can go back and just kind of copy some of this code here. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, and we're going to make a new component here called a document card. So document card tsx, paste that in, and then we'll go ahead and copy this as well, and we'll paste that in. And then we need to make sure we export a function. So I'll say export function document card. Turn that. Here we go. So now in our page, instead of just looping over these documents and then like showing a div, we should actually show a document card like this. All right. And then we could actually pass it the document information. So I could say document is equal to doc. We'll go over to document card, and we need to take that in as props. So document, and that's going to be a type of doc. Now, I haven't taught you this in Convex, but if you want the actual like schema or the type that defines the data model for your schema, you have to import this doc object here, give it some brackets, and then you can just say documents. So this is actually going to represent the full document here that's defining this table. Okay. So we're saying this document card needs to take in that. Some people would probably say we shouldn't just take in a full document. Maybe we really just need to take in a couple things. Like right here, we need the name. So I'll do like the title here. Description, we don't have one. For the card content, we don't really have one. And then for the footer, I'll use a button here. And we could probably, click on the button to have it view the document. So I'll just say view. Let's just kind of check out our app and see what it looks like. Now we got a couple of cards showing up. We do need to restructure this application a little bit. So let's go back and let's look at the page. And so instead of just arbitrarily showing them in the flex column, that's making them go vertically, we can actually do a grid here. So I'll say grid calls for like this. And now those should show up side by side. There's a couple of things we need to do. We need to add a little bit gap between them. So I'll gap of 4. And then up here, I don't like how this is spacing them out. So I'm actually just going to give this, get rid of the flex for right now. And then I'm also going to get rid of all this stuff. We can keep the padding. That should be fine so that it looks a little bit better. And then we need an H1 on this page. Typically with accessibility, you should probably have an H1 on every page. So we're going to add an H1 here, and we'll call this the My Documents. Okay, here it is, it's showing up. Now, obviously, we should style this a little bit. So I'll give it a text, 4XL, font bold. There we go. And then this click me, obviously, we don't need this anymore. This is just to kind of teach you about Convex, so we can just go ahead and remove that whole click me button. Or instead of removing it, what we could do is we could make that show a modal or a dialog that asks information for example, like the document title, and then also the ability to upload the document. So maybe we'll do that. And so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to wrap this in a div. Okay. I'm going to grab this button and I'm going to move it in here. And then here, I'm going to say class and give it a flex and space between it. So class name, flex, justify, between items center. So now we should have a click me button over here, and we have the title over here. It's on the same line, pretty intuitive. And then instead of saying click me, we'll say upload document. Here we go. Probably put a little bit of margin or a gap, space Y between these two things. So one thing that's really important to understand is you can say space Y of 8, and that'll space those things out. And then typically, I would probably add more gap here. I'm going to double that. So instead of gap 4, I'll say gap 8. There we go. My personal preference is I like using the primary button if it's like an action that can create. But if it's just an action that like navigates you to a new page or does some like ancillary thing, I don't know if I pronounced that word right, but in the document card, I'm just going to go ahead and say give this a variant of secondary. Okay, so it looks like this. It's not as like abrupt in your face so that your eyes are kind of more attracted to this upload document instead of these view buttons. So why do we add this button? The reason we're adding it is so that when you click it, I want this to show a modal. Okay, right now when you click it, it just adds cards. Maybe we can add a couple just for like visualization of how this page might look. But right now, like we want it to show a dialog. So if you go back to Shadcn and go to dialog, there is a dialog component here. Okay, and it looks like this. And I think this is a good approach to like if we had it taken a title and then also the document itself, we could get that uploaded to Convex somehow. Let's do that. I'm going to go and add the dialog here. Go ahead and paste that in and install. And then we're going to go ahead and abstract away this button. So I'm going to go up here to the app and I'll just call it create document button.tsx. And then we're going to go ahead and just scaffold out a component here. And then what I'm actually going to do to make this a little bit faster is just do this. And then we're going to return the button like this. All right, there we go. Go ahead and import that. So now we could make this export a create document button. And why is this not working? Create document, convex documents. Oh, this actually used to be a create documentation. So let's go ahead and bring that in. We're going to end up needing this anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and auto import these things back. Okay, so now we're going to use that here instead. I'll just call it create document button. Here we go. Clean up some code here. And we should be good. Let's make sure the app still works. Let's go to our app. Button's still there. And we should be good. So using the dialog, let's just go ahead and copy all this import stuff. Okay. And then we're going to go here, paste it in, and then we're going to copy all the dialog stuff. So I'll go here and I'll also paste that in there. And then we're going to grab the button and we're going to put it inside the trigger. And then I'm going to say as child on this dialog trigger. The as child property, if you don't really know what it is, Shadcn has this that you can attach to certain things that are like clickable. And instead of the DOM element here being clickable, it actually just takes the styling of this trigger and it kind of like passes it to the button so that when you click it, like the clicking still works as normal. Let's test that out. If I go back to my app, click on this, we get a modal that pops up. Super easy to add in. And now what we need to do is we need to add some inputs, probably add a form. So again, let's just keep moving forward with this. Instead of having a title here that says, are you absolutely sure? I'm going to go ahead and say create. Actually, I'll say upload a document. Okay. And then for the description, I'm going to go ahead and say upload a team document for you to search over in the future. Okay, that's good enough. So the idea is we need to actually add in a form here. Okay, so I'm going to add a form. And before we get too carried away, let's just go ahead and create a form component as well. And I know like you're probably wondering, okay, you could just keep putting a bunch of components in the main app directory. At some point soon, I'm going to refactor this and we're going to move this to a dashboard page. This will probably be nested in a components directory. So don't get too caught up on that. Let's just make a new one called upload document form tsx. And then we're going to go ahead and just copy all this. And this is how I like the code. I like to just copy existing components in your code base that you're already familiar with. It just makes everything so much easier. Okay, now we have a create document button. I need to rename this to upload document form. Okay, and then we're going to use that here. Go ahead and auto import that. And now if we go back, we should see a form. Well, actually, we don't have anything to display in the form. So let's look at Shadcn. They do give you an example of how you can potentially generate a form. Let's go here. And if you look here, they basically recommend that you use React hook form. Okay, so here's an example form. And then here's a walkthrough of how you can get it all set up. Let's just go ahead and follow the instructions. So go ahead and install the form. And then we're going to go ahead and define a schema. Uploading a file is a little bit tricky with this library, but we're going to make it happen. So let's just go ahead and paste in the schema here. And the first thing we need is a title. Okay, we need a document title. So we're going to keep this simple, and then we're going to add on to it. Okay, so if you're not familiar with what Zod is a parsing library. So basically, if someone sends you some inputs that are not trusted, you can parse them and make sure they match certain constraints. So for example, we're going to have a form that has a title input. We want to make sure that the title has a min length of 2 and a max length of 50. We could potentially, make this 250 or something. But it's just good for doing validation against raw user input to make sure it matches a certain type of criteria. Go over here, and we're going to go ahead and just grab some of this code. Scroll down a little bit. They tell you how to create a form. Okay, so this is like how you can use the React hook form to generate a form object, which has a bunch of different methods on it and like form status to know if the form is submitting or whatnot. And if you're not familiar with TypeScript that well, basically the reason we're doing these generics here is we take the form schema, we pass it to zinfer, and that's going to figure out all of the typing under the hood so that later on when you submit the form, you know what the values are. Okay, this might look like really ugly stuff, but it actually helps you have more type safe code, which is always a good thing in my opinion. Let's default title to an empty string. Let's just go ahead and move on. So we need a submit function. When the form is submitted, we got to do something. Let's just go ahead and add that. And then again, we do a zinfer and take that form schema up here so that when we hover over values, it knows that it has a title on it. If you don't do this, it doesn't know like what's on the values, right? So if you hover over this, it's just any, it has no idea. For me, I like knowing when my values have certain properties. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's keep on scrolling. They are importing a button, and then here is the giant form that they are doing. Just grab this form real quick, and I'm going to put it right here in place of our form. And then of course we have to auto import some stuff. So let's go back, make sure we have all these things imported. The top of our file, here we go. And we should be good, just need to change the name to title. Change the label to title, and then placeholder could be something like, I don't know, expense report. We'll just call it that, expense report or something. And then form description, this is your public display name. I don't think we need to put a form description there. And then I'll say upload. Okay, so if we're all good, which we're not yet because there's another component we didn't add in, that's the input. Let's go here and let's add input. And that should install for us at some point. There we go. And now let's test it out. Let's go to our app. Let's click on upload document. Let's click upload. Notice we got that form validation right out of the box, making sure that we type something in here. So the document, I could say like hello world, and then click upload. And notice that it actually runs our action now. It prints out, I scroll up a little bit. So you'll see here it's printing out that console log that we had, okay? So the form is working, it's taking our data, it's validating it, it's calling a submit function, and this will never actually run unless everything has been validated by Zod, okay? So at this point, what we could do is we could potentially just call create document like we were doing before. And actually, I don't know why we have this here. I don't need an on-click anymore. Honestly, I could probably just get rid of this because we're going to actually call that action over here. So let's call the action inside of our form instead. And then we're going to go ahead and bring in that mutation like this. You auto import this stuff from Convex, and we'll go back, and we don't need an on-click listener because the dialog trigger is going to apply the click listeners because of this as child property. The click listener just automatically gets applied to the button. So let's click it again, make sure it works, and now we should be able to submit something. Okay, go ahead and upload that, and I believe it's creating that testing record somewhere, which I think we have it hard-coded right now, so we'll have to keep on working on this. Yeah, we have it hard-coded the hello world. So here is where Zog comes into play. Again, the values is typed, so I can just say values.title like this. Or if I want to, I could just basically pass the whole titles in. It's going to validate it because it's TypeScript. And now, if we go back and just say like, what is up, submit that a couple times, that should show what is up down here. Cool, so we're making some progress. Again, there's still more things we got to do. Like for example, when I uploaded this, I should probably automatically hide the modal or hide the dialog, right? So that could be the first thing that we tried to do. Let's automatically hide the dialog once someone submits the form. So going back over here, the way we can hide the dialog is we have to basically get some state going. Okay, so we have a use client, which means we can bring in a state variable. I can say like is open and set is open like this. And then over in the dialog, there is on open change. We can basically just call that is open. And then also we have open, which we'll set to the Boolean is open. So we're now tracking with our own state to know when this dialog has been opened or not. And then we also have a callback function to have this automatically close when someone, for example, like clicks outside of the modal like this or clicks on this X. Okay. But the reason we did this is because we need to take that setter function and we actually need to pass it somehow in here, or just like provide this a property that we can call to make it automatically close this dialog. Okay, so I'm going to say on upload, we're going to go ahead and just do this. Close the modal after the upload's done. But now we have to go in here and we have to say on upload is a function that does nothing. Okay, so somewhere we need to call this, which we're going to call after we successfully created the document like this. I'll make this an async function. And now we should be able to call this create document and then have on upload be invoked so that the modal will automatically close. So let's try this. I'm going to click on this. I'll click ZZZ, click upload, and it closes. Okay, so a couple more tweaks we need to do. Notice that when I clicked on upload, it did take maybe half a second or so, and there wasn't really any feedback about what was going on. So typically on a button itself, when you click it, you should show some type of spinner, and you should probably disable that button as it's doing the action. Okay, so let's go back to our form and let's see if we can achieve that. So I'm going to go ahead and on this button itself, I need to show a loader or a spinner somehow. And you might ask, well, what can we use for a spinner? I think we already did it in the header, right? We have a header that has header actions. Oh, we're just doing loading. So actually, I'll take that back. What we need to do is I believe there is a icon that we can use already. And I think it's called loader2. We could do loader2. And then we'll give it a class name of animate spin, which if we look at this, it's basically just going to be a spinner. But we want to dynamically, or I guess I should say conditionally show the spinner, right? So how do we conditionally show it? Well, we need to do it when the form is currently uploading. So we're going to grab the form. We're going to say form.formState.is submitting, and then we will show the loader. Secondly, we need to disable this button if it's currently submitting. Okay, let's try that out. Let's go ahead and say testing and click it. Notice that it shows the spinner when it's submitting, but it didn't seem like the disable was really showing too well. Oh, sorry, it's because it needs to be disabled, not disabled. So luckily TypeScript told us we're doing that wrong, and now the button is disabled. It's pretty quick. So what we could do to kind of fake that is you can go into your Chrome network and throttle it. Another thing I like doing is I simply just go here and say like sleep 2 seconds. And then that'll just go ahead and give me some code I can use. Just click this, and there we go. You can't click it again as it's uploading, but eventually it'll finish and it'll close the modal. Second thing we should probably do is put some space between this loader and the button. So on the button itself, you just give it a class name, flex gap 2, item center maybe. So if I click it, this spinner and then upload, maybe even a gap of 1. Additionally, I would rather say uploading when it's actually like doing something. So we could conditionally change the text to say uploading if it's actually uploading. So I'll say uploading ... or let's do a ternary here and make it easier. Okay. Here we go. So let's go ahead and do this. And it says uploading, and then it's gonna finish. Pretty awesome. Now, what I would recommend doing, because this is some type of functionality you're gonna use literally everywhere in your application, I would take this code that we made, and I would make a component for it. So let's go and make a shared component, and I'll call it a loading button.tsx. So we're gonna go ahead and say export function loading button. Just like that. Make sure we auto import stuff. Yeah, I guess I'll just import that. I don't know why I did from there. Okay. And then instead of it knowing about the form, it just needs to know is loading. Okay. And so we'll just say loading. Here we go. Import that. And that should work pretty well, other than we have hard-coded text here. So this, instead of saying uploading and upload, we should probably have it take in a child here. So I'll say children, and then that could be scoped as children React node, like this. And then we're going to render out the child. I'll just say children, like this, if it's not currently uploading. Otherwise, we should probably display some type of like loading text. So again, we'll say loading text, and that could just be a string. And we will make this required. So let's do that. And then we'll go ahead and just print out loading text if it's currently loading. Okay, so hopefully if our abstraction is good enough, we can start using that throughout our application, and then we won't have to like re-implement this type of logic. So again, let's just go here, import that loading button. Go ahead and just do that. And then finally, we could probably say upload here. Form.formState.isSubmitting. That's what it was doing before. Make sure that's consistent. Okay, so let's try it again. Click upload document, click it, it says uploading, and it should be good. So now we can use this component in various places in our application. It just makes life easier when you abstract away components that are reusable when you find a need for the reusability. Cleanup, and I'm going to go ahead and just submit. I think we've done quite a lot of changes, so I'm going to go ahead and say adding an upload dialog. Okay, go ahead and commit that. Okay, so there's still more that we have to do with this form, right? We have to allow the user to be able to select the file. So let's try to achieve that. Let's go back to the form here. And then we need to add another form field. So I'm going to copy this whole form field here. And then I'm going to paste in another one called file. Okay, this will be like your file. This could be, we don't need a placeholder here, because when we say type is equal to file, that'll kind of give us what we need. Okay, so this is complaining because it doesn't really know about the file here. So we have to go back up to the schema. I'm going to say file, and then we're going to do something new that we haven't done. I think we can say, is it extends or instance of? I think it's instance of file. So now it's going to make sure that the file is set for the validation to work. And that might be all we need to do. Go over here and let's try it out. So now we got a file input, and if we were to click upload, it's going to say, hey, you haven't selected a file either. So let's just go ahead and select the file. I can go ahead and just select this overlay and click upload and see what happens. Do this. Now there's still a little bit of issues with how we're doing this. Unfortunately, there's no way to like have React bind a value to like a file type. So we have to kind of like change this render function a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and paste in some code. And on the input itself, we're gonna just go ahead and say field props here. And then also we're gonna go ahead and just say on change. And this on change event listener is gonna take in an event. We can simply get the file from the event like this. And then we're gonna say on change is equal to the file. Okay. And technically we don't need value here anymore, I don't think. I guess we do have to abstract that for some reason. Okay, so again, this is so we're hooking this properly into React hook form, because by default, like there's no way to have it just bind properly. There might be a different way to do this. It's just the way I've been doing it in my applications. It seems to work pretty fine. So let's try this. I'm gonna go ahead and just select a different file here. And now the validation seems to go away. I click upload, and then you'll see that it did try the upload. Now we do have an error here because we can't just upload a file directly to Convex using a mutation. We have to do some other stuff behind the scenes. But I think we're making some good progress. And let's go ahead and try to get the file uploaded to Convex. So let's go to the docs, and then we're going to check out the file storage. So we're going to figure out how to upload a file and store them in Convex. So if you go to this documentation, uploading and storing files, file upload in React, uploading files via upload URLs. So they kind of walk you through the steps that you're going to need to do. So for example, they have a submit function here that takes in an event from a form, and that form event should potentially have a file on it. And so the first thing that we have to do is we have to generate basically a pre-signed URL, right? An upload URL to give the user permission to just upload files to Convex directly. So we're going to take some of this code right here, and we're going to go to our Convex directory, and we're going to load up the documents. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste in that function, generate upload URL, which is just going to create a mutation that could publicly be called by anybody. And it's going to generate an upload URL using context storage. Okay, so once we do that, we can go back over here. And the first thing we need to do is get the URL. So let's just go ahead and bring that in. We're going to use the mutation and call it just like this. And then we are going to invoke it. I'm going to go ahead and comment this stuff out for now and just console log the URL. Okay, so going back to our app now, let's just click on, let's select the file, and let's just go ahead and click upload. And notice that in the console, we get back this URL. The token is what's giving us access to upload to the bucket. Okay, so what we're going to do is scroll back up a little bit, and they kind of show you how you can post your file directly using that URL. Okay, so let's just grab this. And then we'll go back, and we're going to go ahead and just call that post URL here, rename that a little bit. And the file itself, that should be on values. So we can say values.file.type. That should be defined, hopefully. And then for the body, we can say values.file. Let's try it out. Let's just go back to the app, and then we're going to go and again, I think we can just click upload here. And then we're going to go into Convex and check out our files. And there you have it. There is the file that we just uploaded. It's an image. You can go ahead and download this or preview it. Here we go. It's the WDC starting soon image that I have. So that was pretty easy, right? We literally just had to make one mutation, get it, call it to get a URL, and then use that URL to upload the file. So there's a little bit more. Now we actually need to associate that schema with the file ID. So right now, if we go back to the schema, we don't have like a file ID identifier. So we need to track that. So I'm going to go ahead and say file ID, and we can say v.string, I think is how you can do it. And so now, obviously, I think we have to make sure Convex is successfully compiling. It looks like it is. And now when we call create document, instead of passing values, we just need to pass the title. So say title is going to be values.title. And then also we need to pass in the file ID, which we don't know, but we can actually get it from that previous request right here. So I can just go ahead and say like const file ID is equal to this. I think, was that correct? Dot. Let's look at the docs, make sure we're doing this right. So let's go over here. They call it storage ID. Okay, so you call this method. And now you have the storage ID. And I'm calling it file ID in our schema. Maybe we want to go back and solidify that, but I think that should be good. And technically it doesn't know, like this was using fetch, so technically it doesn't know what this is. So like we could just say as string. I believe that should be fine. And then the second thing is we need to go into the create document function, because right now it doesn't even know that it takes in a storage ID. So I'm gonna go ahead and say file ID is a v.string. And then we're gonna pass that in here, like so. Awesome. Let's go back and let's try this out full circle. Let's go ahead and just uncomment some stuff, save some files. We're going to go back to the UI and make sure that we can actually upload a file. And I'm going to start fresh. We have a lot of data in here. Let's just go ahead and clear it all out. Okay. And now I'm going to upload a file called like expense report. Then we're going to select an image here, click upload, and then we should see that pop up over here. And then also that will be inside our files. We're not really dealing with images, or we don't really want to deal with images. What we'd rather deal with is text files. Again, we're trying to build like a big brain type of application, or a second brain, where we can upload documents and then like ask questions to those documents. So we're going to go back a little bit to where we are actually accepting the content type of these files over here. And I can say, I think it's just type. And then I can say image, or I can say text. I think just application text maybe. Actually, what we could do instead is, here's an example on Mozilla Docs. You can just do like the document types here. So I can say .txt. We'll start with txt, and then also maybe .xml, maybe a doc as well. And so hopefully now if I go back to our app and I click select file, it's only going to allow me to select text files. So let's try to create a text file on our desktop. I can just go and say like, hello world, how is it going? 2 + 2 = 16. And then I'm going to go ahead and save that back to my desktop over here. So where's desktop? I'll just say like hello world.txt. Okay, so now I should be able to select that, and then I can say my hello world document. All right, so we have some pretty cool functionality going on. So I'm going to do some little touches to this. I want to add an icon for the upload document button. So let's go to upload document button, which I call create document button. I might rename this just so it's a little bit more consistent. Yes. And then over here, I'm going to put an icon. Now, if we go to lucid.dev, here's all the icons you should have access to. And so if you want to find one for uploading, just type upload, you click it, and then typically your React component name will just be exactly what it says here. So upload. You can also just copy the JSX if you want to, I believe. So if you click on that, I think that will give you the component you're going to need. Okay, so here it is. Go ahead and import that. And then also on the button itself, we're going to say flex item center gap of 1. Let's go back to our doc. Here, let's see, failed to compile, failed to read the source code. Great. Oh, I think I just renamed something. I need to go and like change that. Let's go back to page here, and I need to save the file. It should be good now. So now we have an upload icon over here, and it's a little big, right? So I'm going to go back to the upload document button, and on the icon itself, I'm going to give it a class name of width of 4, height of 4. Okay. And then also I'm going to double the gap. Cool. So again, I like using icons. I think, you know, a picture's worth 1,000 words. If you can see an icon, it just makes things a lot easier from a glance. Like, what does this button do when I click it? It gives me the ability to upload. Cool. And then over here, view, maybe we can add an eyeball or something. Okay, so over here, again, we're going to grab these stylings because I think we want to keep it kind of consistent. And then we're going to grab the variant. I'll put it here. We'll say view, and then we should have an eye icon. So we can just go ahead and import that. And now we have a view. So when we click on a document here, what we want to do is probably go to a new page so that we can view the document directly. Go ahead and just try that. I'm going to make a new folder here. And we haven't done this yet This is our first new subdirectory that we're creating. I'm going to call it documents. And then I'm going to make a bracket here. I'm going to say document ID like this. And then inside of here, I'm just going to do page.tsx. So now what this allows us to do is we could have a page that loads in an individual document. It's the file ID, and then we can try to display that on the page for a user to kind of scroll through. So we're going to go ahead and just copy some existing page that we have. Let's go here. And then we're going to go to this page, paste it in. I'll say document page. And then we're going to just delete everything. Except for the title. We should probably keep the title. And we're going to use the title of the document that was uploaded. So how do we get the document information, right? Well, again, we have to run a query when this document page loads. And we have to get this document ID, which is in the URL. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to say, I think it's params. And then this is going to be typed as params.document ID. So if I were to console log this, I think this is how we can get the document. I'm going to save it, make sure I'm on the right path. And then on the document card itself, when someone clicks on this button here, we can redirect them to that document. Okay, so again, I'm going to add a link here like this. And then on the link, we can actually, on the button, we can say ask child. We've already seen that. I don't need to explain it again. But the link needs to have an href on it, and it needs to redirect the user to a documents/document.id. Okay, so now if I click on view, it should take us to the document, and we have the ID up here. And then also in the console down here, you can see that we printed out that document ID that we have in the code. So using that ID, we need to make a query to Convex to get the document information. We've already written a query before, so this shouldn't be new to you. So instead of saying get documents, just say get document. And this is going to take in some inputs. We do need to take in a document ID like this. Technically, when you're dealing with Convex IDs, you can do v.id, and then you can actually pass it documents. All right, and so now this query has to be called with the document ID. And then what we could do is, again, verify that you're logged in. If you're not, just return nothing, I guess. We'll just return null. But if you are logged in, we need to fetch that document from the database using the document ID. So instead of doing a query here, you're going to say db.get from the documents table, and then we're going to get the document ID. Actually, we don't even need to use the document table. This thing, I'm sorry, I need to bring in args here. Let's just bring in args. So there we go. This is how you do it. Make sure you're authenticated, and then just go ahead and grab the document using that document ID. But again, we need to check authorization. We need to make sure, is this user who's making this request, are they authorized to view this? And so first we should probably grab the document. So again, we'll get the document here. And then I'm going to say if the document dot token identifier, if it's not equal to the user ID, you'll probably throw an error or just return null. Second thing I'm going to do, if there was no document, like for example, let's say someone did this query with an incorrect document ID, we should probably return null as well. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to say if the token identifier is not equal to the user ID, again, we'll just return null. And then finally, we can just return the document. Okay, so let's just take a peek at this code, make sure it's good. It seems like it's pretty good. And then we could make helper functions for kind of doing this stuff or making sure we have access to a document, which I may do in a little bit. But let's just go ahead and go back to our application, and we're going to call get document here. And we need to make sure we pass in that document ID from the params. Now, the issue this is giving us is that we have to cast this thing to a ID of documents like this, because right now it thinks that it's a string, but we need to set it equal to that. So let's just go ahead and cast that. We'll import this from the data model from Convex, and now this should be happy. and we're going to call this document instead. So using that document that's going to come back from the back end, we can say document.title. Now I will say that, again, this is potentially not going to be defined. Like if someone were to go to a URL that has no document, like this is just going to display undefined here. So we should probably do a check here and say if there is no document that came back, then we should probably say like return you don't have access to view this document. You can get more granular and stuff and like, you know, throw back different error codes or whatever, but it's just easier to just give a generic message. You don't have access, even if the document exists or not, you just don't have access. And so now we can do that and not have to do question marks everywhere. Okay, let's make sure this works. So hello world document. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is we want to be able to view the document, which again, we can do that with Convex. There's a way to actually view documents. So let's go back to the docs over here, and then we're going to say serving. So in order to allow people to view the documents, you do have to add in a method where basically you can do context storage get URL, and that'll give you a URL that you can actually like read from on the front end. And they kind of walk you through this. Like if you wanted to potentially get a URL off the bat, we could just go to this query. And then instead of just returning the whole document here, which we will do, we're going to spread an additional field here. So I'll say document URL. And then I'm going to say await context storage dot get URL. And then we want to pass in the document file ID. And actually, I think we have this typed wrong. So you see here, it's saying that you can't use strings because we actually didn't type this correctly. So instead, we need to say ID. And then we should probably say storage. Okay, so that should, I think, make it happy. I'm still missing something. I think I need an underscore on it. So let's go back to the schema real quick. I think this needs to be underscore storage. All right, there. It should be happy. We do have a syntax error down here. So this args.fileID, we need to change this to storage as well. Now that should be happy. Okay. We do have some red over here. Let's go check this out. I think this also needs to be an ID of storage. Let's test it out. So again, when this application does its query, we should get back a URL, okay, a document URL, and we're kind of appending that. So we should be able to display that. If I say document dot document URL, we should see that full URL there. And if we actually were to click on this and go to it, we can see our text file. Pretty cool. But what we're trying to do is we want to actually display that document here, and then maybe have some type of like chat dialogue with AI where we can ask questions over individual documents. So the easiest way I can think of about doing this is we're going to make a flex here, and then we're going to make an iframe. Give it a source equal to this. And let's see what this is complaining about. It's saying that it's potentially not defined. So I think document URL is potentially null, which we probably just need to conditionally show this only when it's defined. Okay, so now on our page itself, you can see that there's an iframe that's actually showing our text document. This is an iframe. And I actually want to get it down here. So I want this to be taking up the top banner. So let's figure out what's going on there. We have this be a flex justified between item center. I think I just need to move this down. Okay. And then we could potentially wrap this. So I could say like BG gray of 900. Give it some padding of 4, rounded. There you go. And secondly, we need like a chat box over here. So let's just go ahead and try to start working on a chat box component, which give this some flex of gap of 4 or something. And then we could go ahead and just give this a class name. We'll say width of 40, BG gray 900. And okay, we need to give that a little bit more. Let's do like 300 pixels. And then over here, we can say flex of 1, so it'll grow. Okay, maybe add more padding there. Or sorry, more gap to 12. And the idea is this is going to be our chat panel. Cool. So we should be able to go back and like, I think this expense report we should probably delete because I think it was originally uploaded with something else. So let's go back to data. Honestly, let's delete the expense report because I think it's a PNG or something. And then going back to our app, go and open that text file that's on our desktop. And I'm going to go ahead and just paste in a bunch of stuff. Let's do a lot of content so we can get a better example of what's going on. I'm going to upload extra long document. And then I'm going to select that, upload it, view it. And notice now we have a scroll bar. So I do want to make this thing have like a certain height and probably have this expand, the iframe expand full width of the container. So let's go back over here and we'll give this W full. Okay, now it's full width. And then on this thing, I think we can say H of full. Is that how you can do it? Or H of screen. Okay, maybe not a full screen. Let's see if there's a, let's just give this a hard-coded height of 600 pixels. Okay, and then we need to make sure that the iframe is expanding for the entire parent container. So I think over here we can say H of full maybe. Let's try to figure that out. Why is that not expanding all the way? Another way we could do it, I think, is oh, I put on the wrong thing. Let's try H of full and see if that works. There we go. And this one, we don't need H of full because I think it'll already be full width, full height, I mean. Cool, so now we can actually view the whole document and then, yeah, we could start working on the widget. So before I actually work on the widget for chatting with the document, let's go ahead and commit what we have. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add all this and I'll say adding an iframe to view uploaded documents and I'll commit that. All right, let's move on to trying to add in a chat widget where we can actually chat with documents. This will probably be the hard part of this whole tutorial maybe, but I think we could figure it out. So the first thing we're gonna do is we need to kind of build out a component that allows us to at least ask a question and maybe a text area, okay? And then also we need to have some history show up here. So I want to kind of reduce the height of this real quick because I think it's like off my screen. And then on this widget side, we're going to go over here and we're going to abstract this away to its own component. So inside of here, I'll make a new file and I'll call this chat panel.tsx. And then let's just go ahead and grab this. And then we're going to go ahead and just do this. Delete all this. Chat panel. And yeah, we'll keep it like that. Let's just go ahead and import this. So we're going to say chat panel. Auto import that. Here we go. We don't need props right now. Let's just get rid of those. Go back. So the first thing we need to do in the chat panel is we have to allow the user to type something in. So again, let's just add a input field. And we could probably bring in like React form hook and stuff like that so that we have validation and stuff. But let's just keep it simple. I'm just going to bring in an input like this. We'll say name is question, or I guess I could call it text. And then we're going to go ahead and just close that off. Make sure it shows up. Here it is. And then also a button. So we'll say button, auto import that, and we'll say submit. Okay. And we want to get these on the same line. So like, obviously just wrap that in a flex. This, here we go. They're on the same line. And then you could probably put a little bit of gap between them. So it's a gap of 1. Here we go. So now instead of this thing being at the top, we want to kind of push it to the bottom. And one way I can think about doing that is just on this, say, justify tween. And then we could just go ahead and put like another div here with some text. This would be like our panel where users can get responses from the AI. So now this is pushed to the bottom and this was going to be here. And it should be scrollable too. So I'll just go ahead and say like class name overflow y auto. Make sure this works. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this a couple times. Yeah, I need to give this like a max height, I think. So height max h Sometimes I'm not that good at CSS. I think I just give it like let's just give it a fixed height, whatever. Height, 250 pixels. I don't know. I need to get better at Tailwind. But we kind of want, like, I'm trying to get this thing to expand all the way down, but then like have it have a scroll bar as well. You know, I think for right now, like, I'll just do 350. I'm gonna get rid of the justify between so that this is like right at the very bottom. And that's probably good enough. There's a little bit of margin or padding going on here, but I do want to give this a gap of like 2. And then probably this whole panel, like we should probably just give it some padding. Okay. Again, it's not the best looking UI, but I mean, the functionality is the hard part. Coming through here and like making it look nice shouldn't be as difficult later on. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is when a user types in here, like let's first of all, we're going to do this a hacky way. I'm going to say make this required. And so that someone actually has to type something in here to submit. And then we're also going to wrap this in a form like this. And we want to basically allow a user to submit this form. And then we want to send a request to Convex using a mutation or an action and use OpenAI to basically parse through the contents of our document and answer a question. So a lot of information, a lot of stuff we're going to have to end up doing in this little particular example. But I think we'll be able to figure it out. So first of all, I'm going to say on submit. And then I'm going to take an event. And then I'm going to say event.prevent default. And then somehow we're going to have to go basically call Convex. Okay. So now let's go back to our Convex documents. And what we're going to do here is we want to basically tell Convex to download our text file, get all the contents from that text file, and then run that through OpenAI so we can ask a question. So let's see if we can do it inside this file. Let's go ahead and make a new export const. And I'm going to say ask question. Now in Convex, there's something called an action. Typically an action is what you're going to be using if you need to contact a third-party library, something that's not atomic, something that's not idempotent, right? Versus a mutation. Mutations have to be retriable because behind the scenes, Convex tries to retry mutations if there's like any type of race conditions happening. So we need to actually use OpenAI and talk to a third-party library, which means we should probably be using an action. Let's just go ahead and make an action here. And then we're going to go ahead and do args question v.string. And then also we probably want to get the document ID. So we'll do this. So we want to know what document we're asking a question to, so we can kind of keep track of that. And then also we're going to want a handler here. So let's just go ahead and grab existing handler as an example. So the thing that's different about actions is that you can't actually access database here. You can't access Convex's database. You actually need to invoke mutations and wait for those to finish and give you back a response. So instead of trying to like do anything with the database. So from the UI, when we invoke this action, we need to get the full document so we know what the file ID is. So I'm going to say const document is equal to await context dot, and then we can run a query. So I'm going to say run query. We'll say API, and we need to make sure we import that. So let's go up here, let's just import API from generated Convex files. Do that. Okay, let's go back down. Should be able to say API documents dot get document, and then go ahead and pass in that document ID like this. So that's going to kick off a query, get our document ID, send it back, and then we should be able to get the file. So if there's no document, obviously we throw a Convex error, document not found. But then we need to get the file, so we can say await context storage dot, and we can actually get the entire document itself just by saying get. It's going to give you back a blob. We can just fetch it like this. So this will actually be the text file in this particular example. So we'll get the text file, and then obviously we need to check to make sure it's defined. And then if it is defined, we can use the contents of the text file to ask OpenAI to do some type of computation. So how do we bring in OpenAI? Well, first of all, let's go ahead and find the node library for OpenAI. Okay, here is the official library for it. So let's just install it. this. And while that's installing, let's look through here. It says you can import in Dino. Okay, well, we're not using Dino. Not sure why they're telling us to do that. Let's just go ahead and import it just like this. So what we're going to try doing it here. Sometimes the way Convex works is they run all of your mutations and queries in their own, kind of like an edge runtime, but it's their own runtime, the V8 isolate runtime. But sometimes you need to bring in a third-party library that doesn't work on that runtime. So you do have to make a different file and then add a use node directive at the top of the file. Well, let's just see if we can get this working for right now. We need to set an open API key. So let's go to OpenAI. And then over here, I'm going to go API keys. And then we are going to create a new OpenAI API key. Over here, I'm going to create a new secret key. And we're going to call this Big Brain. And the project will be a default project. That's fine. And I'll just say I'll create an account. Here's the key. Let's go ahead and copy this. And in fact, we're going to copy this into Convex directly. So Convex, whenever you run your queries, mutations, and actions, they have a separate way to set up environment variables. So let's go over here and let's add one to our dev environment. I'll say OpenAI key. Actually, what do we call it? OpenAI API key. Let's just go ahead and name it correctly. Save that. And now all of our queries, mutations, and actions will have access to this key whenever we try to contact OpenAI. So let's go ahead and try to ask OpenAI a question here. Let's go and just say this at completion. And then let's see if this actually works. I'm going to return the entire chat completion back to the UI. And we could go ahead and just like on submit, we can call this method. Let's grab this ask question action. Let's import it here. So I'll say const ask question is equal to use action. This is a new method we haven't used before. And then we're going to say API documents dot ask question. All right, so let's try this out. I'm going to call it like here. And I want to pass in the text, which I believe for right now I can say const form is equal to then target form. I can get the form data from that. I can get the text from that. And then I can just go ahead and pass in that text right here. And then what else does it need? It needs a document ID. So document ID, we're going to have to pass that in. So up here, this needs to take in a document ID. Go ahead and do that. And then we should have access to make the request using those two. Might need to be question. What do we call it? Call it question, not text. So we need to call this question and then pass it in text. This needs to be an async function. And then finally, when it's done, just console log. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to go to my Convex logs over here. I'm going to clear it out. And then I'm going to go back to my app where I should be able to just type in some random thing like hello, click submit. And let's go to our logs because it seems like it failed. So object is missing the required field document ID. Oh, of course. We forgot to go here and pass it in. So here we should say document ID is equal to document.id. Try it again, click submit, go to our logs. Let's see what's happening. It doesn't seem like it's doing anything, but it actually is. It actually came back and gave us a response. If you look here, this is our OpenAI completion response. Okay, we got back some choices. Got back the first one, the message. Here's the content. So we can actually grab this data, and instead of sending all this back to the UI, we should probably just send back the individual response. So I'm gonna go over here to our documents action, and then we want to return chat completion dot choices of 0 dot message content. I think that should be good. And then also we can console log in Convex itself, so we don't have to like go and look at the UI. Just console log it, go back and click submit, and now we get back this is the test. Okay, so again, why are we doing this? Well, we want to actually get the file, which I think if we console log what the file is, It should just be plain text. We might have to like run it through some type of parsing. Let's try doing it again. Go to the logs. Yeah, so it's printing out a blob. So we actually need to convert this probably UTF-8. It looks like I might just be able to say text. Yeah, I think I would say const text is equal to this. And then what we could do is use that text, and we're going to kind of do some prompt engineering here. So instead of content, I'm going to go ahead and just pass in string interpolations here. And I'm going to go ahead and say, given the following text file, please help answer the following question. And I know you can like change this to system and then pass this array of roles and stuff, but this way just seems to work pretty well. So I'm going to say text, and then the question will be here, which will be args.question, I think. Remember, we're passing the question in up at the top. And then the text, I think, should be good right there. So let's save this. I'm going to prefix that with content so it knows how to kind of like parse through that. Let's change this to system. Unless there's something better we can do. Probably system. And I'm going to go ahead and say like, here is a text file. Try doing this. And then I'll make another one that says role of user. And I'll say, please answer this question. Don't know what's going on with the TypeScript here. Let's go ahead and just force this to be typed so that we can actually get the content back. All right, so basically we're saying, hey, system, here's a file that has a bunch of information. And then the user is going to run and say, hey, please answer this question. And then the user will answer or ask the question. Okay, so let's go back to our app. And then given this text file, what we could actually ask here, I could say like, actually I'm going to say, what is the message that is printed over and over again in this text document? I'm hoping it's smart enough to print out hello world. So let's go ahead and click submit. And let's see, I'm able to view the contents of the text document with the message that's printed over and over. I'd like to share the content of the document with me. Let's first print out the document and make sure we get it, because maybe that's not getting created. So let's do it again. Go back to Convex. And, oh, it's a promise. So I think we forgot to await on something. Yeah, we forgot to await. I think that should fix it. Clear the logs. Go back to our app. And again, I'm just going to say, what is the message printed over and over again in this document? Go ahead and submit that. And we got back hello world, how's it going? 4 + 4 is 16. All right, let's go back to the app. And I'm actually going to try a different document that has like more information. Let's go back to the home page. I'm going to upload a document. And then we're going to say, let's find some existing documentation. So for example, maybe we could check out this routing page. Or maybe we could do like route handlers. Let's just copy all the text from the route handlers page. In fact, I could just go to edit in GitHub, and I think it'll take us to the MD file. So let's see if we can just download this MD file. I'll go over here. I'll save this MDX file to my desktop. Route handlers.mdx.txt. Good enough. And then we're going to go ahead and add route handlers from Next.js. We want to grab that file. Go ahead and upload that, and then we can click on the view. And now we have all the text and all the documentation for that file. So we could, hopefully we should be able to ask this a question. Again, this is all like, we got to get rid of this hard-coded stuff in a bit. But let's ask it a question, and I'm going to say, how do I redirect from a route handler? How do I redirect from a route handler? Go ahead and submit that and see if we get back a response. Okay, now it says to redirect from a route handler, you can use a redirect function. and it gave us some information about how to do it, and it gave us an example in code. So this is actually working pretty well. I mean, it took the whole document and OpenAI, ChatGPT kind of parsed through it and returned us only the information that we're kind of caring about. Awesome. So there's a couple of things I want to do to make this better. First of all, I think this information should probably be printed out in the chat, and we should probably have like some history. Okay, so we can achieve that by storing that inside of Convex's database, and then we can have this chat panel basically do a query to get that information. So if we were to come back later, it'll be all stored and persisted for us. And honestly, I think this is too small to like even be useful. So I might actually add some tabs here where you can tab between the chat dialog and viewing the document individually. And let's go find their tabs. I think they have some examples of how you can use tabs here. And we can just go ahead and add it in. Go back to our app, add that in. And then as that's adding in, let's just go and create a tabs component over here. So on this page, what we're currently on is this documents page. I'm gonna go ahead and say like documents tab, and then we'll go ahead and paste this in. And we do need to export a function. So export function, documents, tabs, and then return this. Okay, so we should update a couple things. So like we could have document be the first one, and then we could have chat be the second one. And then for tab contents, we're gonna have to figure out how to put that in. Let's take those tabs and we're gonna go to the page, and we need to put that inside of this. In fact, I don't know why I made a documents tabs. I could have just put this whole thing directly in the page. Like abstracting and making a component too early, I don't think is very useful. So like this whole thing, we could just put it here for right now. And then we're gonna put this tab content inside document, and this one will be inside of chat. Okay, sorry about that. Let's delete it, but not the big of a deal. Now if we go back to our app, we should be able to toggle between them. Okay, so when you want to chat with your document, you can go to chat. When you want to view the document, you go over here. Let's make this full screen, the full width I mean. So let's go back to, I think over here, I have this hard-coded to be width of 400 pixels. We don't want that. We're going to take that and we're going to put it on the tabs list itself. Okay. And then on the tabs, I'm going to say class name is wfull. And then here, actually, we don't need a width 400 on that. Let's get rid of it and see what happens. Okay. So now we have a full width document, which we could probably put a little space underneath the tabs list. So class name, margin bottom of 2, just to push that down a little bit. And then on the iframe itself, I think we have a fixed height of 400. Let's make it 500. And I'm going to make the rounding a little bit more. I'll say rounded extra large. Okay. Looking good. And then for chat, we should probably make this full width as well. So let's go to the chat section. Chat panels, click into that. And for width, let's just go ahead and full screen this. There we go. And then let's get rid of some of the hard-coded stuff. Like we don't need all this hard-coded hello world stuff. So I'm going to delete it. And we should be able to just also style this bottom thing a little bit. So right now it's an input box and a button, but it's like smushed up. Let's go down here. I'm going to wrap this in a div like this. And then I'm going to give it a class name of flex so that they're both on one line. Okay, and then you can give a flex grow or a flex 1 to the input to make it full width. At least you should be able to. We might need to give the parent a wfull. Why is this not growing the full width? I think the form also needs a full width on it. Let's go back to the form. This, we can give it a flex of 1. There we go. Give this a gap of 2, put some space between the input box and the submit. Okay, so what were we trying to do? We were trying to basically put some chat history here. So I think having at least some type of placeholder, So a div that says like, ask any question to you using AI about your document, about this document below. Okay, so let's pretend like this is the first prompt. So like we could just give this a class name. We could say like BG, a slate of 900, rounded, padding of 2. Maybe this slate of 950. And anything that's inside of this thing, we should probably just space it out a little bit. So I'll say like space Y 1 or 2. So if I were to put like multiple things here, they're all spaced out. Maybe even a 2 might be better. And eventually we could probably color it too. So like if we know what if the question was asked by the user, then we could probably color it with like a lighter background. So as an example, what I mean, like I can bring in this class names library, and then we're going to go ahead and dynamically change the background. Okay, so we're going to change the background based on if it was asked by a human or not. So I'll say like is human, and then we'll say BG slate of 800. And I'm doing this backwards. It actually needs to be the class name, and then we can say true or false here, which eventually will add in some type of conditional Boolean to know if it was asked by a human or not. So this is what it would look like if we asked it. And technically what we could do is we could text align it to the right. Okay, so we could say text right. There we go. So we kind of differentiate between like, okay, this was a system. The AI responded with you. Sorry, the AI responded with something. So we could potentially prefix these. I could also do this, if that makes any sense. I space that out a little bit more. And I might give it a little bit more padding. There we go. All right, so what are we trying to do right now? We're trying to track this information. So like when you ask questions here, we want to store that in Convex so that later on we can view it. So we don't have a schema for that. So let's load up our schema file. We need to make a new type of table. So I'm gonna go ahead and just copy some of this like this. And I'm gonna go ahead and say chats. And this is going to be, what do we need here? We need to keep track of what document this chat is associated with. So first of all, I need to say document ID, and that's going to be a v of ID. We can say documents. Okay. Again, this is how you can link different tables together. This chat's record belongs to the documents. And then we should keep track of the user. So yes, we need token identifier here. We don't need a file ID anymore. But what we should keep track of is probably the text. And I think this will automatically have like a created at timestamp on it, which should be fine. And then later on, if we need to get all the information or all the chats that were for this document, what we need to do is we probably need to add to this index and say by token identifier. Actually, I'm gonna also say by document ID. Because if you imagine, if this was a team-based application and you have multiple people asking questions to this document, then we want to make sure that we can index by both of them. So I'm going to go ahead and say like document ID here and token identifier. Okay, so this will allow us to query these chats at a future time, which is good, but we don't have any chat data persisted yet. So what we need to do is we need to, when we ask the question to OpenAI, we need to store the chat history somewhere. So let's go to the Convex directory, which is here. Let's go to documents. And there's a couple of things we need to do here. So when someone asks a question, we're going to have to basically take the prompt and store it. So I'll say like to do store user prompt as a chat record. And then also store the AI response as a chat record. That makes sense? So we know what the user asked, which is arg's question. So we have to basically call a mutation, which I can make a new file here called chats.ts. And we're going to make a mutation. So I'm going to say export const create chat record equals mutation args. And we need to keep track of a couple things. The document ID, we need to keep track of the text. And then we should probably keep track of the token identifier who's doing this. In fact, I don't know if we even need to keep track of that. Token identifier. Yeah, maybe we should. Let's go ahead and make this an internal mutation. So in Convex, you have the ability to create something called internal mutations, which are private and they cannot be called from a UI or anything. They have to be called from other internal things. And then we have external mutations, which we've already done. So if you like look at the documents file over here, I think we're already calling like a query that happened to be public. Remember this query over here that was public? You can change this to internal query if you want to, and that'll protect it. And the only way you can call it is from other Convex things. But that's kind of a side tangent of what we're doing. So once we've made this chat's internal mutation, we do need to make a handler here. So I'll say async handler, go ahead and do this. And then we need to store this information inside of our database. So I can say await context.db.insert. And then we want to insert into that chats table some information. So we definitely want the document ID. So I'll say document ID is args.documentID. The token identifier in the text, like all that stuff needs to come over. And I realize that there's something that we're missing. We didn't track if it's coming from a human or not. So I'm going to go ahead and say like is human. I'll say v.boolean. Because we need to know if a human asked the question or if it's like an AI response. So I'm going to go ahead and add that flag. And we can go back and add that as a v.boolean here. And we can just say human like this. Okay, so hopefully I didn't miss anything. But now that we have this mutation, when we are creating the ChatGPT response and everything, we can just go ahead and say like await context run mutation. We can say internal dot chats dot create chat record. And then we can just pass it the data that we need. So I'm just go ahead and do all this. We know what the document ID is, right? That comes from args. We know what the question is. We know that this is the prompt the human asked, so we can say is human true, and then this is the token identifier for the user who's asking that question. Now we're going to do the same thing with the response. So let's go over here. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go ahead and just say const response is equal to this, and we'll say the text is a response, is human is false, and then we're going to return response over here. Now it is saying that this is potentially null, so I'm going to go ahead and say like could not generate a response. Before we try this out, I'm just going to go ahead and add another method here called a query, which we've already talked about. And I'm just going to go ahead and say get chats or document. And that'll be a query. Go ahead and import that. That'll be args. We need to know what the document ID is that we're trying to bring in. And then we're going to go ahead and using that withIndex that we created. But let me make sure this is right. By document ID and token identifier. We can get back the records where the document ID is equal to the one that we're looking for. And then also where the token identifier matches the current logged in user. So I do need to add a little bit of handling up here to know if we have access to this document, because we don't want unauthorized people trying to access this. So we've done this before. We've done this multiple times, I believe. And we should probably abstract this away a little bit and make this a little bit cleaner so that we don't have like duplicate code everywhere. So I'm going to actually take all this code here and we want to abstract it into a helper function. So I'm going to say export function has access to document. And then we're going to just run that code. And there's a couple things that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to, first of all, pass in the context. So this could be a mutation context, or it could be a query context. And then also we need to pass in the document ID, which will be a ID of, make sure I auto import this, ID of documents. Okay, so the idea is we can call this, for example, over here, the const document is equal to await. And then I'm going to call this. We're going to pass a context in the document ID. And we're going to say if the document comes back, then we know we have access. Actually, I'm going to grab this as well. Let's do this. And then we are going to delete that. So has access to document. Make sure this is async. And this is going to, again, get the token identifier from the context. If it's not defined, we just return null. We also get back the document. So I think this could just be args document ID. Actually, it doesn't need to be args. Let's just get the document. If it doesn't exist, we return null. And if the document doesn't have a token identifier matching that user ID, we return null as well. And then finally, we can just return the document. Okay. So then in our code base, we can just call this multiple places to know if the user has access or not. If it returns null, then we know we don't have access. Let's scroll through and figure out, is there anywhere else that we need to do this? So this is already doing a query based on the token identifier. So we should be good there. We don't have to like do any type of permissions. I might move this utility function up to the top. And then get document, that's where we're using it. That should be good. Create document. That doesn't matter because we're just going to go ahead and just use the token identifier on the crate. Ask a question. So for ask question, this is a little bit different. This is an action. And again, actions can't directly communicate with a database. So we still want to verify that the user has access to this document that they're asking a question. But we can't call our helper function. But what we could do is we can just go ahead and say export async function has access to document query. And we can make this an internal query like this, which is going to take in an args of a document ID. And then what it does is it's just going to call that helper function we just created. Let me do this. To check if we have access to this document or not. So now I can actually just go down here and we can call it. Let's say const document is equal to await context dot run query. And we'll say internal dot documents has access to document. And then we want to pass it the document ID. Now, I don't think we have to pass in the token identifier because the way Convex works with authorization and authentication is that token identifier is kind of propagated to anytime you run additional queries or mutations here. So let's just go ahead and delete some of this stuff. And I'll just say you do not have access to this document. Okay, so now we should have correct permissions set up with the ask question action, which is good. Let's make sure that there's nothing else that we're missing. Okay, so we also need the user ID. So something I like to do with my helper functions here is I just go ahead and return the user inside of this as well. So let's go to our helper. And instead of just returning the document, I'm going to return document and user ID like this. And yeah, again, it's just going to be null if it's not defined. So over here, wherever we're calling this, let's go find other places that we're calling this method. I'm going to say like access object this, and then we can say access object dot document. Over here, again, access object. There is no access object. And then we can just get the document from there. Which allows us to do this. You know the user ID will be attached to there, and we should be good. Okay, so a little bit of refactoring. Hopefully it all makes sense. Now, the whole reason I thought we needed the helper was for this get chats for document, but I totally forgot that we're doing a query that has the token identifier in the query. So technically, we don't need to do any type of authorization checks because it's already done in the data query. But what we could potentially do is we have to get the user ID from the context. So let's just go ahead and do this. And we'll say user ID. And if it's not defined, just return an empty array. Okay. So now we have a query we can call in the front end that's going to give us back all of the history for our chats. Let's also look at why is this complaining. Document ID does not exist on document URL. I think we changed this method a little bit because now this thing is potentially null. It's because I'm spreading document here, and this actually needs to be access object document. Did I mess anything else up? So going back to chat panel, again, I know we did a bunch of refactoring, but it's good to clean up the code as you're going through it. Let's just say const chats is equal to use query. Go ahead and import that, and I'll say api.chats.get chats for document. It passes the document ID, which exists as a prop that was passed in. And then the cool part is we could simply just map over this, and then we're going to render out this div. And then for class name, instead of saying true here, we're going to say chat.isHuman. And this also needs to be dynamic as well. So I need to say text right is equal to chat.isHuman, and remove it from there. And then over here where it says you, that needs to be conditional as well. So if we're human, we'll say you. Otherwise, we'll say AI. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to go ahead and say, how do I get a query string in my route handler? Go ahead and click submit. And there's some more stuff we have to do to polish this up. Like we should probably have a loader button. We should probably maybe clear this out or disable it. But here we go. Ask any question using AI about this document below. You ask any question, ask any question. Yeah, obviously because I hard coded this because, oops, let's just do this. And we'll say text. And now we actually have the response here. Awesome. So as I'm making, having conversations with my document, that's all going to be persisted in history, and it should be good for us. Now the formatting is a little bad. I wonder if there's a way we can have this be formatted a little bit better. I think we might just be able to add like a tailwind, a pre or something to this. So let's check out whitespace and let's try to figure out what we could use. So I think whitespace free line might be what we're looking for. Let's try adding that. And then we're going to add that to here. Let's see if that makes it look a little bit better. Okay, there. Now it's a little bit more legible. Now, a couple things. Let's just polish this up. Again, when you ask the question, there's no spinner on the submit button. Also, these should be rounded. Let's find where we're doing this. I'm going to go here and say rounded cell. There we go. Nice rounded corners. First thing, I probably even add more padding to this, maybe even 6. Awesome. So when we ask a question, we need validation. Like you shouldn't be able to ask a question when you don't have anything typed in here. So we should probably bring in use form hook and make this a better form. So let's go over here. I'm going to say question form.tsx. We actually want to abstract this away. And I'll say use client, export function question form, return that form right there. And let's just go ahead and pull over some things. I'll say like question form, delete that. This needs to be brought over as an import. That needs to be brought over as a top level function. Import this, import that. And did I import this? There we go. So what are we missing? We need the document ID. So, I mean, we could easily achieve that by just copying and pasting this. And then import the ID here. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to bring in use form hook. So we have a form already right here, which we could just copy the structure of this whole file. Let's go ahead and make a form schema. And I know this is kind of tedious and annoying, but doing all this work gives you that extra like client-side validation, which I like. Let's just go ahead and put here, this will be called text. And then let's go back to the form. We need to add use form and an on submit. Import anything that's missing. For on submit, instead, we'll just grab all this. We'll put it here. Now we're going to go over to the form itself, copy all this stuff, put it in here in place of this. And let's just rename some stuff. So this will say submit. This will say submitting. Delete all this. And then there's just a lot of stuff we have to like auto import. So yeah, we should be good there. Let's just auto import all this stuff up here. Grab all this and this. Paste that in. And I don't think we need a console log after we ask the question, so let's just delete that. What else are we missing here? We don't need a file, so let's delete the file. Loading button. Complaining because we didn't import it. Let's import that one. Okay, so that should be good. For placeholder, I'll say ask any question over your document. I think I have a duplicate use form definition, so let's delete that one. And here we go. So ask any question over this document. I did mess up the layout here, so I need to go back over to the form, give this a flex, give it a gap of 1, and then on the form field itself, that needs to be a flex 1. Oh, actually, sorry, on the form control. No? Okay, one of these. Form item? Okay, let's figure out what I messed up, because the input is not going full. I think the form itself needs to grow to full width. There we go. And then this could be items center. Why is this button? Button has a bunch of padding on it, or gap. I think I need to figure out, does loading button have something on it? I think it's because this form has a space Y of 8, and we don't want that. So that should be better. Okay, let's test this out. I'm going to go ahead and submit it with nothing in it, and it says string must contain at least 1 characters. Awesome. I don't like how this button shifted down. Kind of weird. But I think on the button itself, I gave this like item center. I think if I actually got rid of item center, that'll probably fix it. So we got some error text down there. That's great. And then I'm going to give it more gap because like notice the white outline is just like up against the button. And I'm going to give this a gap of 2 so that hopefully it's a little bit more spaced out. Okay. Okay, so now we can actually ask a question again, which if we look through the document, what is this telling us? What cookies? How do I access a cookie from my route handler? Please keep the response concise. I don't think we actually clear out the form, do we? I think what we should probably add here is after you ask the question and it's done submitting and you get the answer back, we can just go ahead and say form.reset. So I'm going to run that so that we can clear out this input. I'm going to click it. We see the submit button. It did fail because it says we're missing a document ID. So let's figure out why the document ID was not... Oh, we didn't pass it in. So let's go down here. Document ID is equal to document ID. Okay, that should make it happy. I'm going to go ahead and click submit. Just see it submitting for a little bit. Then we should get a response back. Text clears out. And it did respond over here. So one thing I did notice is that this AI panel, it's not styled the way I wanted it to be. I think we messed up on the styling there. So this needs to be like slate of, if we're not a human, then slate of 900 maybe? Or 950? There we go. And again, I think this could even like benefit from a lot more padding. I think this needs to be like 4 or 8. Okay, so let's go to this response. How do you access a cookie from a route handler? Please keep the response concise. To access a cookie in your route handler, you can use the request cookies object. Here is a simple example in Typescript. Okay, so just request.cookies and in JavaScript. Okay. All right, this is good progress. I think I'm going to go ahead and commit this because we've done quite a lot. So let's go to here. I'm going to add everything, and I'll say cleaning up the document page and storing chat history in Convex. Go ahead and submit this, sync that up. All right, so let's keep going through here. There's a couple things that I want to improve. Like for example, typically in your header, you should be able to click on this top navigation and have it take you back to the dashboard. So let's go back and find our header. And we're going to wrap all of this inside of a link. I think technically we could just make this a link right here, hopefully. And then we can just give this an href and just say go to the dashboard. So now hopefully this is now clickable, and that takes us back to the dashboard. But that might not be apparent for everybody, so we should probably add some type of navigation link that says documents. So let's go to over here, and I'm going to go make a div. I'm going to say documents. Let's see where this shows up. Okay, it shows up right in the middle. We might want to have it be more like left the line here. So we're going to just do a little bit of refactoring. This will be placed. Actually, I'm going to keep this here. I'm just going to wrap this whole thing. We'll have a div. That'll wrap this. And then here we could have a nav, a link. href is slash homepage, sure. And we'll go here and make a documents. And I think we need to move flex item center justify between. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, this needs to be a flex on here. So flex gap of 12. And then probably an item center. There. Now this is a link you can click. So it'd probably be nice if it actually like changed colors when you hover over it. Let's go down and let's make a class here. Say hover. And then we'll just go ahead and say like BG plate of 300. And instead of BG, I'll do text. I don't know why I did BG there. I'll do text. Okay, just so you know that it's a clickable link. You could also do like a colored one if you wanted to, but I think that's fine. Okay, so a couple of things here. When you first refresh this page, notice that we don't have like a loader that shows up here. It'd be nice if we had a loader, just so that we can actually like visualize that it's doing something. So we can bring in a skeleton loader. I believe it's not too hard to do. So if I go and find skeleton, Shadcn already has one. You can just go ahead and add it in. And as that's adding in, we'll just go ahead and import this. And let's find our main page. Let's go to page here. And this is where we're rendering out all the documents. But if we don't have any documents, then we should probably show a loader, right? So the way we do it in Convex is that when this is undefined, we know that the backend hasn't yet returned any information. So we can say documents is equal to undefined. And we could simply just display some type of like skeleton loader over here. So I'll import the skeleton loader, and then let's go back to the example. This is how you use it. And then we're going to go ahead and just display that. Now, one thing I will say is that we need to keep it consistent with this other grid system. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring this in. I'll do 6 of them. And then for width and height, I don't think we need a width. Let's just get rid of the width. That should be good. Now over here, we probably need to say display this if it's actually defined. So if documents is defined, we can just go ahead and show documents a length of that. Okay, let's test this out. Go to our app, just refresh. There we got some little loaders that pop up. Now they look a little bad. I think the height just needs to be improved a little bit. So like 200 maybe. Okay, the rounded probably doesn't need a rounding on it. And then we could also try to make it look consistent with this. So actually what I'm going to do is just, right now, so we can easily prototype this, let's just get rid of all these conditionals and just show everything. I'll just do this so I can comment this out. Okay, so this is what a card looks like, and this is what the skeleton loader looks like. It does look a little bit different. So we should probably give this a similar border for how we're doing a card. So if you look at the card content, technically we could just bring in a card here. So that could be a card, and then we're going to go ahead and just put the skeleton inside of here, like that. Import the card component, and then let's refresh. Forgot to save the file. Go back to here. Okay, so now we got a border that looks similar to the other card. And then we need 3 skeletons. Notice this is like 1 card content, 2, and then the view button. So we should probably do 3 different skeletons in here. And then the height of those could be 30, 30, 30. Okay. The card itself, we could probably add some padding to it. So let's say class name, padding of 8. Okay, maybe 6. And then we're going to space these out. So let's just go ahead and say like flex call, justify between. There we go. They're spaced out a little bit. And then the view button, we can make this shorter so that it's not like acting like it's text here. And then rounded full, we don't want rounded full here. Let's just say rounded. So the card itself will say width of, sorry, for the button location. We'll try to make this line up to 80, height of 40, a little bit closer. And then I think height of 30 might be a little bit much. Let's try 20. I think that looks pretty good, right? So again, this is going to show in place of this when it's loading. So like what I could do is we want a couple of these. So we could just go over here and say new array of length of 8, fill with nothing, and then I'm going to map over this. And we can just do something like this and just render out a loading card for every single section here. Not sure how I messed up the spacing there. That's kind of weird. What did I do to mess that up? Specify between. I think the card, we probably need to give it a fixed height of something. So like height of 200 pixels. I feel like I had that, but I deleted it on accident. Okay, so now let's go back and let's wrap this like we had before. So this will only show up when it's loading, and then it'll go away. And then this over here will only show up if there's documents. Why is that not showing up? Documents length is greater than 0. Okay, so now we got a nice little loader. And then also, what's good to do in your applications is if the user has no documents, you should probably display a placeholder, something that says like, hey, you have no documents yet, go ahead and upload one. So let's just go and grab this code real quick. I'm going to say if the length is equal to 0, we're going to display something else here. So what we're going to display is a placeholder image. So I'll say image. We'll bring that in. We also want like an H2 here that says you have not uploaded a document. And then we'll do a button that says upload document. In fact, I can actually just copy this create document button and put it down here. Reusable components. So I like using undraw, and if I just go and change this to be like, I don't know, we can do like black and white or something, or we could do some type of color. I don't know what color we want this app to be. We could do that bright cyan or maybe the light blue or something. So we want to find something that's like not found, or like we're trying to do documents. So let's just search for document and see if we get anything cool. This one looks pretty good. We could download this as an SVG. Okay, so the reason we're doing this is so that on here we can say source, and I'll say documents.svg, width of 200, height of 200, alt will be a picture of a girl holding document. Okay, so now if we go back, and we're just going to hard code this to always show for right now. So I'll just say like true. This is what it looks like. A couple of things we should do is we should center it. So on here, I'll say flex, justify center, and then that should center it. We need a flex call. Probably an item center instead of a justify center, but we can keep them both. Okay, it's looking a little bit better. Maybe a gap of 4 or 8. And then for the text itself, we should probably make this a little bit bigger. I'll say text of 2XL font bold. Okay, maybe not font bold. Let's get rid of that. This is kind of verbose. I'm just going to keep it short. So instead of saying you have no uploaded document, you have no uploaded document. It's not even proper text. You have no document. 4 words. Keep it simple. And then they click it, shows the modal. They can upload something. Okay, and then also maybe a little bit of adding or margin top and bottom of this. So like we can say margin top or margin Y of 12, just to kind of hopefully push it down. I don't know if that actually did anything. It doesn't seem like it did. Maybe it did. I just need to do more. Yeah, I don't think it's pushing it down. I mean, technically, I guess we could do like padding. That could work too. Anyway, yeah, so let's go ahead and get rid of that hard coding. So I'll say documents and documents.length is equal to 0. And type. There we go. Refresh it. And there you have it. So a little issue, if I refresh the page, notice that it shows no documents and then it like switches really quick to this. Not the best. So what instead we can do is when we call get documents, we could just return undefined and make this backend think that it's still loading. I think there's like a delay in the front end where it thinks it's not authenticated yet, and then it gets authenticated. There's also a way we could basically just like wrap all this code and not have it run until we are truly authenticated. But now by doing that, it should just show a loader and then our text should show up. So one thing I'm noticing, if you refresh the page, there is a little like quick flash to a blank, and then it shows the results. I think instead of saying undefined here, we actually just say if it's not set. So maybe do that, and that'll show a loader, and then finally it'll show the results. Okay, so I think that's a better approach, because if you hover over this, it says it could be null or undefined that comes back from our endpoint. Cool, so it's just like the little things like that that make your application that much better, especially the onboarding experience. Like if I go back to my data here and just delete all my documents, we see that we have a nice placeholder state. And again, you always have to keep in mind, like when a user first creates an account and starts using your application, what is the empty state going to look like? Do you just have like empty black canvas here, or do you actually have some type of useful messaging so that they can kind of onboard and use your application? So let's just go here, and again, we'll just go and add a Next.js routing documentation, and then I will add that MDX file, upload that, and there we have it. So another thing that I don't like is that we just have card content here. I think it'd be better if like the user actually had the ability to upload a description, just to give it more context of like, what is this document actually doing? It would be cool if we could like implement a system to create a snapshot of the first page of the document. But again, if you're just uploading a bunch of like MD files, it's just going to be a bunch of like small text that you can't read. So I think some type of description, or we could have ChatGPT generate a description for us, which might be pretty cool to do. So basically parse through the document, generate one sentence that describes what the document is. Just to save the user a little bit of work from having to manually type stuff out themselves. So I think we could probably try that. I don't think it'd be too hard to add in. So when we, first of all, let's go to card content and let's get rid of that because I don't think we want that. So here we can actually instead interpolate document.description, which we don't have yet. So let's go to schema, and then I'm going to go to documents, and I'm going to add one called description. Save that. And hopefully this saves. Documents description. We are getting some errors over here. So it's saying that it needs to have description defined when we create the document. So I'm going to say description is equal to an empty array. empty string. And again, this is going to complain because in Convex, we're adding a required field, but we already have data in our system. So we can go back and we could potentially just edit this thing. And I'm actually just going to delete this document so that our schema can properly apply. So if we want this to automatically use ChatGPT to figure out a description of the document, what we could do is first of all insert the new record into the documents table, but then we can kick off an asynchronous process behind the scenes, which is really easy to do in Convex. So what we could do is just make a new file here, and we'll call it, actually we don't need a new file. We'll just add it right here. So we are using the OpenAI stuff in this action. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another action, and I'm going to copy and paste everything we had, and I'm going to say fill in description. And that's going to be an internal action like this. And we're going to take in a document ID. And what it needs to do is grab the file, which we'll have to get the document first. So I think I need to say const document is equal to await context dot run query API. Actually, no, we can just pass the document. We have the document, don't we? Yeah, we have the file ID. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pass in the file ID, which will be a v ID of storage. And then we should be able to get the file. So if I say args.file ID, that'll get the file back from Convex storage. And then we are going to get the text. We're going to use the text to ask ChatGPT a question. And I'm going to say, please generate one sentence description for this document. Okay, let's take the chat completion here. And we need to basically get the response back. And we have to update the current document ID. So instead of saying run mutation here, well, actually, we do need to run a mutation. I'm just going to go ahead and say like update document description would be the mutation name. Let's go here and I'm going to make another mutation const update document description. We'll take in a document ID and text. Let me rename this. And then we'll say args description. I think this needs to be a patch. And this is all gone. This could be an internal mutation like this. Yeah, so all that's doing is just calling and patching that document to basically have the new description. So let's just go and run internal dot documents dot update description. And we need to pass in the document ID and the description here. And that's it. Did not generate a response. Could not figure out the description for this document. Okay, so again, what this is doing is we need to, when we create a document, we have to kick off this action. It kind of runs behind the scenes, right? So I'm gonna say await context.run, scheduler. This is something new we haven't done in Convex yet. There's a scheduler, which kind of acts as a potential queuing system if you want, where you can run various actions and mutations and stuff. So I'll say run after, we'll say 0, so just run it immediately. And then we're going to say internal documents dot, what is it called? Fill in description. And I might rename this to generate document description, so it's a little bit better named. And then once you've called that, you can just go ahead and pass it the file ID, which would be args.file ID, and then also you pass it the document ID, which we don't have, so we need to get it. I'm going to say const document ID is equal to this. Then we should be able to pass it in. And let's name that properly. Okay, cool. So a lot of stuff going on, but let me just recap it because it's not that confusing. We already had a method called createDocument. That was a mutation. That's getting invoked from the front end when someone tries to upload a new document. Does all the same logic, but now we're kicking off and kind of enqueuing an event to run at a later time, which is going to go down here and run this internal action called generate document description. That takes in a file ID, a document. It does similar logic like we did before, where it asks ChatGPT using the text inside of the document. It says, hey, just give me a 1-sentence description of this document. And then it gets the response and it puts that and updates the currently existing document ID with that new description. So if everything worked as we think it should, we should be able to upload a document. And I'll just say like Next.js routing or route handler. And then I'm going to select my document. And when I click upload, it's going to go ahead and upload the document. And then it's going to kick that action off. And notice that OpenAI ran and gave us a description pretty quickly. Okay, I didn't have to write any of this. OpenAI wrote the description for us, which was pretty cool. The only thing that I would probably improve is having some type of loader here so that we know that this is like trying to load behind the scenes. So we can go back over here to the schema, and for description, technically we could make this optional, and then we could just assume that if it's not defined, if it's like undefined, then it's going to be loading. Actually, I think I need to do v.optional here and wrap it. Got confused. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is if this description is not yet set, we need to show a loader here. So where are we displaying that description? It's in document card. And so I'm just going to do a ternary here and say if this is equal to, if it's not defined, then we're going to show a loader. And I think we already do that in a loading button. So let's go here and just download or copy this loader too. And then otherwise, we'll just render out document.description like this. Okay. And so again, if you wanted to test this out, I mean, we could just go into our data here. I'll copy this out and just unset it. Okay. And then go back to our app. And this is what it's going to look like. We could probably center it as well. So let's go here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and say like text center. Do I need the W full that? Why is that not centering? Okay, another approach is we could just give this a class name of flex. And then I could say justify center. Hopefully that'll work. There we go. Just so we know that the description is being generated. And then like going back to Convex, when that process finishes, we'll get the text here. I want to make this probably 3 columns instead of 4. So let's go back to our main page here. And where I'm doing columns with 4, let's do 3. 3 is here as well. Just so we have more like real estate for the description. Route handlers Next.js lets you create custom request handlers. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Awesome. Okay, so I think the home page is looking pretty fresh. I did notice that when you go to the actual document page, it shows up here very quickly that like you don't have access to this document, and then you do get access to it. So maybe we can try to fix that bad user experience. So over here, when we're trying to fetch the document, at first it returns like null because of this, because I guess we haven't been authenticated yet. So I think it'd be nice to do something similar like we did with the other page. So instead of having this thing just flash content like that, I think we should do a skeleton loader for the text for these tabs, and then maybe like this entire panel down here. So let's go ahead and just try to do that. I'm going to wrap all this and say like if there is no document yet, we'll put a loader. We'll come back and do the skeleton stuff. Otherwise, we'll say if there is a document, we can just go ahead and display all of this information. I need to put that in a fragment. This. And then let's just check this out. So I'm going to hard code this to be null to begin with. So const document is equal to undefined or null or whatever. Save that. And then this is what the loader is going to look like. So let us start doing some skeletons here. So the first thing is we need a skeleton for the title. So I'll say like height of 20 pixels. Okay, maybe 40. And then probably a width of 200 pixels. Like 500. A lot of trial and error. And then I believe we had tabs, so let's do another div under that where we can do some tabs. And I believe, let's just do this. Tabs could be skeleton, width of 100. Do that, and then we're gonna put a div here and just give like this whole thing some space and flex. So class name, flex call. Actually, I gotta say space y of 8. Okay, looks a little bit better. Probably put some gap between those tabs. Make them less wide. Let's do 80, 80, gap of 2. And then we need a giant box for the content. So let's just go ahead and make another one here. Which technically I could just put a skeleton there. I could do height of 500 pixels. And then the width should be full by default, I think. There we go. So now we have a nice empty state placeholder loader page. And if we were to kind of toggle between the two, notice how that's pretty good. That was pretty good. A little bit off. I think the tabs could be a little bit higher. So let's go here, make it a 40. I'm happy with that. I think that looks pretty good. Again, just it's the little things, the polish that really make your applications that much better and nicer for users to play around with. So, all right, let's just go ahead and commit. We did a lot of changes. I'll just go ahead and say like adding skeleton loaders to document page and home page. So there's a major CRUD operation that we haven't done yet, and that's deleting. I think having the ability to delete documents would be very important for a user. So I'm going to go ahead and just add a delete button here that a user can use to delete this document. So let's go to the document page here, and then let's find this. I'm going to add a button here. I'm going to call it delete. Probably bring in a trash icon. And let's give it a class name. And I think we have an icon used somewhere else. Let's just find where we're using a button. Okay, we have like the same type of style that we're using throughout our application. So what I would kind of recommend doing is let's just add do we have like a styles directory? We don't. So I'm going to make a styles folder. And at some point, you're going to find these Tailwind styles that you're using everywhere. And there's different ways you can abstract styles. You can do an abstraction via component. You can do an abstraction via a class and use applies. Or what I like to do is I'm going to say styles ESX. And then over here, I'll say export const button styles is equal to. And then we're going to grab this. And then over here, we'll have icon styles. Export const button icon styles. This. Again, this is just my approach. I think abstracting with a component is overkill. And I think using the Tailwind apply is something that the Tailwind docs themselves recommend that you don't do. But I think this is a nice middle ground where you can just do styles like this. And so once you've done this, we can go over here and just kind of like add in trash icon, the button styles, and then we'll just go ahead and say delete. Like that. Okay, and we should probably add a nice variant here. I'll say variant is equal to destructive. What happened to my styles? I deleted them on accident. Variant is equal to destructive. Okay, so now when we click it, what we'd probably want to do is show a modal. It's typically when you're doing like a destructive operation, it's good to give the user a choice to like like confirm, like, are you sure you want to delete this? And so let's go back and I'm going to add in a alert dialog. And we've already done this before with the alert. So we can kind of just follow the same pattern. I'm going to make a button here. I'll call it delete button. Import those things. Copy this. And then I'm going to say export function delete document button. Turn that whole dialog. Then I'm going to cut this out. Actually, no, I'm going to cut this one out. Put it here. Be as child. I'll just go ahead and import some of this stuff again. All right. Make sure this works. Cannot find alert dialog. Maybe I never installed this one. Let me just do it again just in case. And then we want to use it here. So I'll say alert. Sorry, I'll say delete document button. And I might actually rename this something else. Delete document button. There we go. Make sure that this import is doing well. Clean up some code a little bit. And so when you click on this button, let's see if this works. I'm going to click on this button. It should show a modal saying, "Are you absolutely sure this action cannot be deleted or undone?" I'm gonna change this text a little bit. Are you sure you want to delete this document? Your document cannot be recovered after it's been deleted. And then we could say continue or cancel. This looks pretty good. Okay, so now what we want to do is when you click on continue, we actually want to have it delete the document. So how do we achieve that? Well, what we could do is I'm going to bring in a use client into this delete button. And then we need to bring in a convex mutation so we can delete that. So again, let's go to convex/documents, go to the bottom. And I'm just going to say export const delete document is equal to a mutation. And then we're going to say args is document ID. And then async handler like this. And again, we want to make sure we have access. So I'm going to say const access object is equal to await has access to document, pass it in the context in the document ID. If there is no access object, then we don't have access. And then finally, what we could do is we can delete the document using the access object's document ID. Or technically we could just use the args that are passed in, that's fine. But we need to make sure that we actually delete the file, because remember we're storing a file on Convex's storage. So I'm going to go ahead and say await context storage dot delete access object document dot file ID. So delete the file first and then delete the entry so that we don't have any orphaned files just eating up bandwidth / space in our Convex storage. So now what we can do is we can call delete document from over here on this button. I think the trigger, what we could do, I think down here on the action, I think there's a way to like have it, we can like listen to when that is clicked maybe. Continue. I think we could just say on click. We'll just say on click over here. And we're going to call delete document, which we'll have to bring in. So I'll say const delete document is equal to use mutation API documents dot delete document. Again, we need a document ID, which we'll have to pass in. So let's go and find that document ID. It'll look like this. There we go. And then we could just simply pass it in. So I'll say document ID. There we go. Hopefully that's happy. I need to import this. Oh, sorry. You don't need to pass the arguments there. I need to pass them down here when we call it. This. So that should invoke it. Obviously that'll take some time. So like we'll have to do some type of loader here and probably disable it while it's being deleted. In this case, I think we do want to basically just have maybe a loader. Yeah, since we do want to show a loader, I'm just going to bring in our loading button, and then we're going to say delete. And we're going to go ahead and just pass in, what do we need to pass in? Is loading, we'll figure that out. And then loading text will be deleting. And then on click, that's when we need to call our new method here. Okay. So I think to keep track of that though, we're going to have to make some state. So I'm going to say like is loading. And then we'll have some useState boolean over here. And then when you click it, we'll say set is loading to true. And then when it's done, I could just say finally, that is loading the false, like this. So a typical React spinner. On click, this thing that's not defined. Yeah, so this loading button, typically we use it with a form. And now we're trying to do it with just a button click. So this isn't going to necessarily work unless I add in that ability. So I could just go ahead and say on click here, and that could take in an on click, which could be optional. And then I could say on click is equal to on click. Hopefully that works. Let's see. But if it's not defined, I think we need to just do this. Just call it with the event. What would this even be? Let's just go ahead and do this. I don't know if that's the right type. We're just going to roll with it. So again, what this allows us to do is I could pass is loading here. So that when you click the button, it should show a spinner and then it should go away. Now there might be an issue with this. I think this will probably automatically hide the alert dialog once you click on this alert dialog action. So I'm going to actually delete the action because we're going to control when this thing should show or not. So I'm going to bring in another boolean that says like is open. And then we're going to go ahead and say open is equal to is open. And then down here I'll say on open change. We're going to do that. And then over here finally we're going to say is set is open is equal to false. So after everything has successfully been deleted, we're going to go ahead and close it. Well, this should probably be a .then. Like this. All right, moment of truth. That was a lot of stuff. Let's see if this works. I'm going to click delete, and then I'm going to click delete, and it did show the loader, but we got an error. It's saying that something's wrong with the document ID. It's like almost like I'm not passing it correctly, which I don't think I'm actually passing it to delete document button. So down here, we do need to pass in document ID. Like this. I think that'll make it happy. So now if I go here and click it, so we should probably also redirect the user to a different page. Let's go up here. I'm going to say const router is equal to use router. This is how you can kind of manually do navigation in Next.js. Then I'll say router.push, and we're going to go to the home page. And technically, maybe we just don't call set is open. We'll just push to the home page, and that'll automatically clear out the state, and I think close it. So yeah, let's just try this out. Let's go ahead and click on this. Click on delete, deleting, got redirected, and now we don't have any documents. So that worked pretty good. Awesome. Let's go ahead and commit that, and I'll just go ahead and say adding ability to delete documents. Commit that. So we have a nice way to upload documents. I feel like this is pretty polished up. We can chat with our documents, but I think adding just more features such as the ability for users to upload notes might be very useful as well. So let's kind of change up how our project is structured a little bit. Right now I'm putting everything on the landing page. I think typically it makes more sense to have like a dashboard, and that dashboard could have some type of side navigation with notes, documents, settings, something like that. And then we can have a nested view that displays those different categories. Let's try to refactor our code a little bit. Let's go and make a dashboard directory. And I'm actually going to move that documents into there. All right. And then inside of dashboard, I'm going to make one called notes. It'd be nice if users could manually add notes and delete them and stuff like that. So we're going to work on that in a bit. Let's go ahead and just add in a documents card somewhere. I think this needs to be here for documents. I'm trying to figure out what else do we have. These two could probably be moved into documents as well. Header could stay there, layout providers. Now I do think we want to add like a page inside the main app. And this could be our landing page later on. Like we can just get a nice like marketing landing page. But we won't worry about that yet. We'll do that later on. Call that landing page. All right. Here it is. If I click on documents, I want this to take me to my dashboard. So let's go and find that header. And then let's find documents. We're going to go to dashboard instead. And then let's go ahead and click on that and see what happens. Okay, we're at our dashboard. Now on the dashboard page, we need to do a couple things. First of all, let's make a layout so that we can have a side navigation. So let's go and just, I guess we'll just copy this for right now and paste it in. But honestly, we don't need much of any of this. Delete all that. I'll call this the dashboard layout. And then this, what we need to do is we're going to have the children, which would be like our nested routes such as notes, documents, etc. That'll display, but then we also want a side nav. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a div here. Just put divs everywhere. Why not? Technically, I could put like a side. You want to do like more like semantic HTML, I guess. Or this could be nav. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So here we want to add some links, right? So we want like a dashboard. I'll call this documents. And then this will go to dashboard/documents. Maybe we'll want a settings page at some point where you can like go and delete your project. And this could be a notes like this. Now, obviously you don't want to use A tags. You want to use links because we are using Next.js. So let's convert these to links like this. Okay. Check it out. Let's see if we load this. Does it load up? It does not because we did not make a page here. So let's go ahead and make a page.tsx. And then I'm going to copy this landing page and I'll call this the dashboard page. Now, one thing that I'm going to do is we don't really have a default state. Like if you go to the main dashboard page, we want to automatically just redirect them to documents or notes. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and say redirect here. This is a method that's built in the next/navigation. And I can just say whenever you try to load the main page, just go ahead and redirect the user automatically to this documents route so that we don't have to worry about actually like implementing anything inside of this page. Okay, so let's try this out. If I go here, there is some importing errors going on here. So let's try to figure out where that is. I think I just need to save that file. All right. So now if I click on these, notice that it does navigate. I don't have a settings or a notes page, so it crashes there. We can add those in a bit. All right, let's clean this up. So this is the side navigation that we haven't styled yet. This is why it looks all weird. So if we go over here and just kind of style this, we want this to be on the left and we want this to be on the right. So obviously we could just go ahead and say class name, and then we could go ahead and just give this like a flex, a gap of 12 or something. That should put them left and right. We probably want to put a container and MX auto on that. Not max auto, MX auto. And then for the links themselves, we should probably style them so they look a little bit better. So let's just go ahead and say class name. I'll say text of extra large, cover, X blue 500. All right. And maybe we should do cyan so it matches this theme right here. Let's not get too caught up on the styling though. Cool. What I like to do is I like to add icons I think a picture's worth 1,000 words or 100 words, whatever they say. Let's go to Lucid and let's find like a dashboard. Layout dashboard. Yeah, let's do that. We'll say layout dashboard. Okay. And then for documents, maybe we could find like a file. There we go. Yeah, files icon. Yeah, we shouldn't use dashboard. I don't know. I was looking that up. Notes. Maybe a clipboard. Might be kind of useful. Or this one, clipboard and pin. So clipboard, pin. And then settings, you could do like a gear cog. Let's see how those look. All right, those are our icons. You got documents, notes, and settings. Obviously, we could make them flex so they're on the same line. So again, let's just go over here, grab those, say flex, gap of 1, item center. They're all on the same line. And then we could probably put a little bit of space between them. So on the UL, I'll just say space Y of 4. I'll space them out a little bit. And then I think, are these font bold right now? Like, what is the font weight of these? Yeah, font thin. It's a little bit too much. What about light? Yeah, let's just do font light. There's something about the font that looks a little too thick. Okay. And then we could probably put a little bit of margin to the top of this whole container, or maybe even padding. So like on this, I'll say padding top of 12. I should push it down. I think we need more gap between the icon and this. So instead of gap 1, gap of 2. And then I think we need a little bit more spacing here. So I'll try 6. See how that looks. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Now, this, I don't know why this is indented so much. So let's go ahead and try to fix this up. So my documents, let's look at this. This is just a div, which means that something on the page itself, it's too much padding here. 24 padding, that's a lot. Let's delete that. So that looks a little bit better. And then probably we should say W full on that entire thing. Okay, that's not working. So what I could do instead is I could actually just go to my layout here. I don't think we even need to wrap this in a div. Don't wrap it in a div and you come back and add W full. That looks a little bit better. Also, I need more gap here. This is like, it's too squeezed. Let's go back to the layout. I'm going to gap this to 24. Really put some spacing between that. This looks pretty good. Now, one thing I'm going to do is when you're on the documents URL, we should probably highlight this so that the user knows that that's what we're currently selected. The way we can do that is if you go to layout, we have all of these links, right? But unfortunately, we don't have a way with a React Server component to get the current path name. So we will have to refactor this just a little bit. And we're going to make a side nav.tsx where we can basically grab this code and we're going to just return it here. Don't think we need children anymore. Side nav, do that. Now the reason we're doing this is so I can say use client, because this has to be a completely different file to add the use client directive. And once you have use client at the top, you can go ahead and start using normal React hooks. So I'm going to say const path name is equal to use path name. And this is how you can get the current path name that's in the URL. Right? So what I could do is if we're on the documents link, I could just style this a little bit differently. So I'm going to go ahead and just say class name, bring in that CN library. Save that. And then over here, I will just go ahead and do a text cyan 400 if path name.ends with dashboard documents. And I think ends with is a proper thing for a string. Let's see. Oh, this needs to be wrapped in curly braces like that. Okay. Let me try that. Okay, so for some reason this is not highlighting. I thought it would. So I'm going to render out what path name is. It should print out on the page somewhere. Oh, of course it's not going to work. I didn't even use it. So Let's go back to the layout. All this stuff over here, this actually just needs to be side nav. And now that should highlight it. Okay. Cool. Let's get rid of that path name. Now, do we want to style this a little bit different? Because it's hard to kind of notice like what's being selected. Like maybe we can also font bold it. So font bold. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just do like a lighter color. That looks okay. And then when you hover over it, maybe at 200. Or 100. Sorry, I'm just like playing around with the styles a little bit. I think that looks a little bit better. Okay, so let's just take this and we're going to apply it to the other links. So we'll do this. And then we'll say ends with notes and ends with settings. And then obviously we can't click these because it just crashes. So we do need to come back and add a notes and a settings page. So we'll say settings. And then we can say page.tsx. Export default function settings page, return null for right now. And then we will do the same thing with notes. All right. So now I should be able to click these and it's going to navigate us to notes and settings and documents. It's not going to crash on us. At the very least, we could probably add like a title. So if we go and grab the title that we had over here, and then, you know, honestly, we should probably just grab the main too. So like, let's go back to notes. Let's just have that return this. And this will say notes. And then we will grab all of this so we can reuse it on settings. Well, I guess we could start working on adding the ability for users to upload notes. And then we're going to tie this all together and add like a chat feature, maybe to the top nav bar, where you can ask any type of question and it's going to search over your notes and your documents and answer that. But let's focus on just getting a notes capability added in here. So go to the notes page and we need to probably copy a similar approach for the documents. So I need like an upload documents form. I'm going to copy this. And at some point when your project gets larger, you start getting like this convention and this common pattern that you end up using everywhere. And just coding becomes a lot faster because you just end up copying, pasting files everywhere. And that's basically what you're end up doing to like make stuff fast. So I'm going to say upload or create note form. And then we also want like a create note button. And notice that I'm copying the exact same things that were from the other component / page. And we're just going to modify it a little bit. So create note form, and that's going to use the create note form over here. So create note form. Let me make sure that's imported correctly. So we got create note form and create note button. Okay, and then on the page itself, we could follow this and just use a create note button. Okay, so instead of it saying upload document, we need to go into this create note button and find where it says upload document, and we're going to say create note. And then we could probably change this to an add icon or plus icon. There we go. And just go ahead and, again, just modify this stuff, make it what you need it to be. I'll say create note. Here we could say type whatever note you want to be searchable later on. And then I'm going to go ahead and rename this to create note form. Same thing down here. Let's test it out. Let's see what happens. Click it, create a note, type whatever note you want to be searchable later on. And then we have to kind of change this form as well. So let's go here and let's figure out what we want. So I'm going to say text. that's all we really want here. And the text could be a max of, I don't know, we'll see 2,500 or something. Technically, we don't even need to add a max here, but probably useful just to prevent some type of abuse in your system. Okay, so what do we need to change here? We got create note form. Obviously, these things will probably have to go away. Generate URL for the file. We don't need that. So that goes away. This fetch stuff goes away. The storage ID stuff goes away. This, go to text. This will say create note. We're going to assume we have a method called create note in a notes collection. I'll come back and add those in, but I'm just trying to lay out the foundation of what we need. And then we'll come back and fill in what we are missing. Okay, this will be called text. Oh wait, we don't even need file. So I'll delete file. And this will be called create. Creating. Now, is there anything else in this form that has the word document? It does not. So I think we're good. All right, so your note, instead of it being a text, or sorry, an input, I think this should probably be a text area. So like we can come over here and say text area. And I believe that's a Shadcn component we're going to have to install. Over here and find text area. And let's just install it. Okay. And we'll auto import that when it's done installing. Here it is. Cool. And then we could give this like a lines so that it's like a little bit more space here if you wanted to. So here I think it's called lines. Or maybe it's called something else. Is it height? Oh, it's rows. Let's do rows of 5, see what happens. Okay, maybe do rows of 8. There we go, just to give it more space so that people can actually type longer notes. So now for the fun part, when someone clicks on create, we want to invoke a mutation to store a note in our Convex database. Again, this is stuff that we've done already. We just have to kind of follow the pattern. So let's go find our Convex directory. I'm going to make a new one called notes.ts. I'm also going to open my schema. And we want to follow a similar pattern for documents. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and say notes. The only difference is we don't have a file ID. So let's delete that. And instead of description, we don't even need that. It's just going to say text. And we're going to save this. So that should be good enough. We now have a new table we can store some text into. So now we need to go here to the notes file, and I can say export const create note is equal to a mutation, which takes in text like this, and it takes in an async handler. That, and we can simply just create the note. Okay, so we'll do db dot insert dot notes, or sorry, not dot notes. We'll do quote notes, and then we will do curly braces. Sometimes ChatGPT actually causes you to waste more time, so don't get too reliant on it. So let's see what's going on here. So we are actually trying to save this. I think we also need the token identifier. So how do we get the token identifier? Well, if you look at over here, this is how we got it. Let's just grab this, and then I'm gonna paste it in here. And now I should be able to save token identifier so we can actually correlate that note with the user who's trying to save it. Okay, so let's just review real quick, make sure this is good. The user can send over some text. We verify they're authenticated. If they're not, we return null. In fact, I think we should probably throw a new convex error. User not found. Do that. Typically with mutations, I throw errors, and with queries, I just return either null, undefined, or empty array, depending on if you're authenticated or not. So in this case, we are not authenticated, throw an error, and then we can save that into our notes table, and then return the note that we just saved. Awesome. Let's go over here. And this is calling onSubmit, which creates the note, and then it calls onUpload. So I don't think we want an onUpload anymore. Or do we? Let's see. OnUpload. That is open. So previously OnUpload was closing this dialog, which is fine. I think we just want to rename this to onNoteCreated. And then I'm going to go in here and just kind of like rename this. And then secondly, what we should probably do is I like showing toasts when stuff is created in our system. Just that extra feedback for users. And I do think, are we using a toast yet? We're not. So let's go back here to Shadcn and let's go ahead and bring in a toast. It looks like this. You click it and then I think my face is hiding it. Let's go down here. You'll click it and you'll see the toast pop up. So I'm going to go ahead and just add that in. And then in the root layout, we're going to go ahead and import this. So go to layout, and we're going to import toast. Grab this, and we'll put it under the main. Honestly, I don't think it really matters where it goes. Like I could just put it under children or something. And then once you do that, you have the ability to grab this use toast method and show a toast like this. So when we create the toast, inside the form itself, I guess, we could basically just bring in that use toast hook. And then we're going to bring in this method to show it. So we'll create the note and then we'll show a toast and it'll say note created. And we'll do that. There's also a way to add variants. So I can say variant and then you could say like destructive or default. But I'll just use the default. Technically we can come back and add like a green success if we wanted to, but I think this should be good. All right, so all of that so that we can create a note and then let's see if this works. I'm going to go to data and then I'm going to show the notes table here and I'm going to go to our app and I'll say the color of the sky is blue and go ahead and click create. Make sure validation works. It does. Click create, creating. And then I did not see the toast pop up. And so I think the issue with that is that I'm calling the toast inside the form, but the form actually got kind of unmounted and deleted from React because it's conditionally displayed, I think, in this dialog content. So this is some of the issues that you'll run into with Shadcn is that depending on where you're trying to show the toast, it may or may not show up. So I think I need to move the toast a level up, which is no big deal. Let's go ahead and grab this and I'll put it here. And then where we're displaying it, instead of doing it there, we will just do it right here. And then auto import this. Try it again. Click it. And then we did get a dialog or a toast that pop up down here. All right, so now we don't actually see the notes though. So how do we change this so we could potentially view our notes? Maybe we could do like a left nav bar here and like show all the notes or show like the first couple of snippets of the notes and then actually show all the notes right here. Okay, so just like a typical like notepad or whatever. So in order to get the notes from our system, we need to add, you guessed it, a query. So let's go to Convex notes and then we need to add a query. So I'll say export const get notes equals query. And then we'll say args is going to be, actually we don't need args. We don't need args. We just need a handler. So first we get the user ID. If it's not defined, we're going to return null. And then we have to basically get all the notes in our database. So I'll say query.notes. And then we can basically, we need to say withIndex. We'll say by token identifier. We'll say q, and then we'll say q.equals token identifier, ID. Okay, and then finally we got to collect. So collect, save that, and that should get all the notes and send them back. Now we can also sort, right? So if you want to sort these, I think you can say dot order. And then you just simply say ascending or descending. In our case, we want to do descending because we want probably the newest node at the top, maybe. I don't know. Let's see if this works. So now we have a query that's going to give us all the notes for a user. If we go back to our page, we need to display all those notes somewhere. So let's make a div here, and I'll say const notes is equal to use query API notes dot get notes. This, make sure I auto import API from Convex. And now we can say notes dot map, and then we can just go ahead and return some type of div. Okay, first thing we need to do is add a key here. Everything should be uniquely identified in React when you're doing a map. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to say note.text. So hopefully, if we go back to our app, client directive, I think we need to add a use client to our notes page. So let's go here and say use client. And then we get our notes here. And again, what I'm trying to do is I want to maybe have the first couple of words of the notes displayed on the left, and it could be like another side navigation or like more nested layouts or parallel routes we could do. And then over on the right, we actually have like the full note after you click it. All right, let's try to figure this out. So the first thing we need to do is let's just get the first couple of characters here. Like we'll do a substring and get the first 20 characters. And I think we can also just say like append ... if it's truncated. All right. And then let's try to make this like an unordered list. And then this could be list items. That could be clickable. And when you click them, I want to go to another route called notes / and then like the node ID. So if I go to notes here and just say like const note ID, I should be able to add a page.tsx. And then we'll be able to fetch the note based on the note ID, I think. We'll figure that out in just a second. Well, let's go back here. And so inside of this list item, what we want to do is add a link. And when you click on the link, we want to take you to another kind of route. So I'll say href, we'll say dashboard notes, and then we'll say note ID. And what else do we want to do? So when you click on this, it'll take you to this parallel route. And in terms of parallel routes, the way you could potentially do it is I could add a layout here. And we could show all these notes in the layout. And then in the parallel route, we could show the actual selected note. So I could just go here and say at notes, I believe, is how you do parallel routes in Next.js. I'm going to put that nesting right there. And so the at symbol allows you to do a parallel route, and I can just go ahead and say layout.tsx. And let's just grab this main page. I'll say notes layout, and we'll say children, and then we'll also say notes. Okay. Children would be a React node. And then notes would also be a React node. Okay, bear with me. I'm not really too familiar with parallel routes. I think I've used them like once or twice. But the idea is that the layout now, we could potentially get all the notes, but like a trimmed up version for the side nav. Like technically over here, like we could have the children print out. You know, I think I'm overcomplicating this. I think we don't need a parallel route. I think we just need children. In the layout itself, we'll display a list of all the notes. And then on the right, we'll display children. So very similar to how we just did it. I don't know why I was thinking about parallel routes, but now I think if you go to this particular note, it'll show. And we should probably also say like use path name. Let's think through this. So if you click on a note, it should take you to this page, and we don't need the create note button anymore. Okay, so the main difference is now that we have a note page, changes the note page, technically we should be able to get the note ID. Okay, so this is a use client, so I'm gonna go ahead and say const params is equal to use params. And this is how in Next.js you can get that note ID. So technically I could just structure this and say note ID. As long as you kind of define it as an ID here. Do that, import that. Okay, so we don't have a query for getting an individual note. Let's go back to Convex and let's add one. I'm going to call it get note. I'll say get note. This will be a query, and this time we do want an args. We'll say args note ID is a v.id of notes, like this. And then we can go ahead and make sure we use those args. We want to make sure that we're logged in. Otherwise, we can just return null. But then when we are doing this, so instead of doing the search here, I think we can say const note is equal to await context db.get the args.note ID. That'll give us back the note. Again, we want to make sure that the note that the user is trying to fetch is actually associated with the user. If not, we could just return null. And then finally, I think we can just return the note here. Why is this complaining? Oh, because note could potentially be null. So just return it if it's not set. Okay, does that make sense? So make sure you're authenticated. If not, return null. Get the note, make sure it exists. If not, return null. Make sure that the note you're fetching is associated with the user you're currently logged in with. If not, return null. And then finally return the note. And so we should be able to call this query here. I'm going to pass it the note ID. And now we should be able to get the note information. And technically, we could just render it out. So I'll say note.text, something like this. And let's see if this works. So if I click on this, it does redirect us to this URL, and then it did fetch that note. If I click on this one, it fetched the note and it displayed it. So we just got to style this up a little bit. And then additionally, if you're not actually selected on a note, I think instead of here, what we need to do is say, please, let me put a div here. Like this, I'll say, please select a note. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this page dot here, this will be like the fallback. So if someone were to just go to /notes, it'll say, please select a note. Okay. And then we select it or redirect you. Cool, let's improve this because this is looking pretty bad still. So over here, what we need to do is this needs to be a styled list item. So like here, I could just say class name base y of 2. And then over here, we can give this a class name and say like text large, maybe. We do extra large. You'll probably put some hover style. So hover cyan 200. X cyan 200. And then also we need to highlight the one that we actually have selected. So like this is the node ID. That means we should probably have this one turn blue like we did over here. So hover would be 100. And then again, let's just put a CN here. And then we'll say text cyan of 200. If the note ID that we currently have selected is equal to, then we need to get the note ID from the param. So I'll say equals use params, bring that in like we did in the other page. And we'll do this. Make sure they match. Maybe set it to a 300. Cool. So it's very similar to how we did the layout over here, but we have like basically nested layouts. Okay. Okay, so I think also adding like, this needs to be over to the right, the notes. So let's go and wrap this in a div, which I think I was hiding on my screen. So let's do that. And then this whole thing needs to be wrapped in a div so we can do some flex on it. The class name, flex. This could be a hard-coded width of 200 pixels. Over here, we can give this a gap of like 12 or 8. And then I think adding maybe like some type of background color here. Like on this whole thing, I could say class name BG plate of 950 rounded, adding a 4. Let's see what this looks like. And then W of full. I should make it full screen. It's kind of dark. Let's just try 800. There we go. Play around with some of this stuff. I think the text to large is a little bit too much. I'll just keep it at text to base. We could probably give it more characters, like 24. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just like type in a bunch of stuff. Again, you should always test out with probably real text. So if I actually had real notes, we could do something like that. We don't have a way to edit the note, which kind of stinks. So we should probably add a way to edit this note and probably add a way to delete this note. But we've done quite a lot of code changes. So I'm going to go ahead and just commit everything we have because we refactored and restructured everything. So I'm going to go ahead and say restructured code base to use a dashboard and added notes functionality. Go ahead and commit all that before I'm overwhelmed with all these changes. All right, so let's focus on deleting a note, and then we'll do editing a note, and then we're going to start bringing in like a vector database so we can actually like be able to do a global search over all of our notes and documents. So on the note page itself, we could probably just add like a little delete icon at the top right. That might be enough to know when the note can be deleted or not. So we'll have the note here. We'll give it a class name of relative. And then inside of this note itself, we can make a div or a button like this. We can give it a size of icon. And then we'll say delete. Or sorry, we'll say trash like this. And then that's all we need to do. That should show a delete icon somewhere. All right. And then we will add a variant of destructive. There it is. And then we want to get it to the top right. So how do we get it to the top right? Well, we could just simply say class name is equal to absolute top of 0, right of 0. That should hopefully position it. Now we'll kind of obscure some of our notes. So one thing we could do is put some padding on the note itself. Like I say, padding right of 2 or padding right of 4, something like that. Let's see what this looks like. Probably a little bit more. Yeah, I think 6 should be fine. The word wrapping is kind of making it weird, but that's probably good. Let's go ahead and just implement the functionality. So if we were to click this, we can delete the note. We could also add the delete like down here or something. I don't know. You always have to play around with the design and see what makes most sense, but keep it consistent. If you have like one page that's keeping stuff at the top right, then that's where you should probably book it in. And we could also just move this right -1 a little bit. So I'll put a negative in front of that, and I'll say negative top of 1. And that should move it up some. We could even just do it some more, like 4. Okay. Maybe 4 is too much. I'll do 3. And then for the padding, I could do like back to 2. Anyway, hopefully that's good. It doesn't really matter. You can play around with it at your own free time. So when you click on it, again, what we want to do is we want to show a modal and then have it be deletable. So I'm going to go ahead and just say delete note button ESX. And then we want to follow a pattern that we did over here. So we have a delete document button. Let's just go ahead and copy that. And I'll say delete note button. And then we're going to go back over here and we're going to use it instead. So go ahead and just import this one. We probably need to pass in a note ID. So we'll say note.id. Go over here, make sure it says note ID, notes. And then we're going to cut this. And then we'll go back and we're going to use that here instead. Okay, so for some reason it can't find underscore of ID. What's going on there? So this is potentially not defined yet. So I think if we don't have a note, we should probably just return null for right now to kind of fix that. And then we could add like loaders and other stuff when we get some time. Now I will say that adding this Did kind of mess up the relative absolute positioning, but it's fine, whatever, let's just keep rolling with it. So what do we want to do here? We want to basically, when you click on this icon, it does show a delete note modal, but I'm going to go ahead and just rename some wordage to say your note cannot be recovered after deleting. This will take in a node ID. We'll call delete note method. Deleting the note needs to be a new endpoint that we're going to have to basically create. So let's go back to Convex and go to the notes file here, and we're going to add one called delete note. Go ahead and copy this, paste it in. We'll call it delete note. We'll take in a node ID, which will be an ID of notes. And make sure, again, you're logged in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the note like this, args.node ID. We want to verify that the note's not there. We throw an error. If the note.token identifier is not equal to the user ID, we throw an error. And then finally, we could simply say await context db delete, and then just passes that note ID. All right, let's try it out. Let's click it. Are you sure you want to delete this note? Your note cannot be recovered after it's been deleted. Click delete. And now it's gone, but I think we had some hard-coded logic somewhere to redirect us. So I don't think we want that. We want to go back to dashboard/notes. If you were to delete a note that you're currently viewing, you probably just want to go back to the main notes. So let's try it again. Let's go back and click on this one, and then I'll click delete. Yes. And then it takes me back to this page. Please select the note. Click on this one. I can delete. And there we go. So second thing we should probably do, if you don't have any notes, again, we should probably have a placeholder state like we did for the documents page. So let's go to the documents page, and let's copy this approach here. And I think on the layout of the notes itself, what we could do is only show all this stuff if we have absolutely no notes. Like I say, const as notes is equal to notes.length greater than equal to 1, or greater than 0, I guess. If notes is defined, and notes.length, let's do that. Okay, so this is the side nav, and this is the, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say, like, if we don't have notes, then what we want to do is display all that stuff I just talked about. But then if we do have notes, just display the normal div like we did before. And all we need to do is use the create note button here, auto import this. We have no notes. Okay, so it's very similar to before. Now if I do this, let's just refresh the page and make sure the loader seems like it's working good. Okay, I'll say like, what is up? I'll create this, and now we have our notes. Now I will say I don't like how when you don't have a note selected, it says please select the note with this slate color background. I'm going to change that a little bit. What I'm going to do is instead of adding all of this here, I'm going to add it to the actual note itself. So let's go here and just add this. And that should make it less confusing in my opinion. This should be like a text to Excel font bold. Save that. Please select the note. And now it's kind of more apparent. Secondly, why is this not expanding the full width? I think I need to go here and say W full. There we go. I'm not going to worry about adding in editing a note just yet. Let's go ahead and jump to the fun stuff, which is like, how do we add in a vector search over all of our notes? All right, so let's look at the Convex documentation to figure out how to add vector searching over our notes and our documents. So if you look here, basically what you do is on your schema, you need to add an embeddings property. You can name it whatever you want, but it has to be an array of float 64s. So let's go here and let's just try doing it for notes for right now. So let's go here and add the embeddings, save that. And then also you can add a vector index. Let's just go ahead and copy this and let's attach that to our notes table like this. Now for filter fields, I think we want to add the token identifier so that when we do the vector searching, like we're only doing it for things that are related to this user. Yeah, that should be good. So that's the first step. You read through here, they basically say to do this, when you create stuff, you have to use OpenAI to create a vector or create an embedding. And then you have to kind of store that. And then later on, you can use context vector search to search through and find IDs that are similar. Okay, so let's first try to figure out how to embed. So they're saying generate an embedding from your favorite third-party API. So let's copy that approach and try to figure out how to do that. So when we create notes, go over here for create note. Notice that it's red because we don't have the embedding. So what we need to do is we need to create one. So I'm going to go ahead and say args.text. And then we're going to need a method to embed this. So I'm not really sure how to do this. This is the first time doing this, honestly. But we could take in some text like this. And then we could use OpenAI somehow to create the embedding. Now we've done OpenAI in the documents. So I think what we could do is grab some of this OpenAI code and just put it to the top here. And then we're going to go find out where we do this. I think you just call something like this. And then we need to find out where we're creating this note. Where would you call embed? Let's just call this. And instead of saying OpenAI chat, we'll say OpenAI embeddings.create. Well, I love TypeScript. I don't have to load any documentation for this. Modal, you can say text embedding, I guess ADA002. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. For dimensions, 1536. I do believe this has to match with whatever you have here. So let's just hard code it just to make sure it matches. And then for the input, I think we can just say text. And I'll just go ahead and say embedding equal to this. And what's on this embedding file? Data dot embedding. I think just this. An embedding vector, which is a list of floats. Yeah, so I think that's what we want. So we have this embed function, and when we call it, that'll give us back an array of numbers or floats, and then I can basically say store that. Okay, so let's try this out. Again, we should probably do this in an action so it doesn't block the flow. Because again, we're calling a third-party API every time we upload a document. And again, we have to delete this because it's expecting embeddings to exist on all of our notes, but they don't. So we'll delete that one. Let's test it out again. I'm going to go ahead and say a recipe for cooking burritos. And then we'll just go ahead and say like beans, tortilla, cheese, rice. Cook at 350 or something. Let's create this and see what happens. We did get an error. Let's figure out what's going on here. Cannot use set timeouts in queries and mutations. Please consider using an action. Okay, so I figured this would be an issue. The reason this is failing is because you can't run this OpenAI stuff in a mutation. You have to run it in an action. So there's two approaches that we can do to this. We could convert this to an action and then have this run the embedding after it creates the note. Or we could fire off using the scheduler, like an action to do the embedding at a later time. So I might actually fire this off later. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a v.optional so that we can kind of defer it and do it later. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'll say create note embedding is an internal action. This will take in a note ID and then also some text. And then we could basically just do this approach where instead of saying a db insert, we will say db Oh, we can't do that. What we'll have to do is we'll have to make another mutation here called internal mutation. And I'll say set note embedding. And this will take in a node ID and an embedding, which is going to be a v array of v.number. Okay, and so when we kick off this action, we do the OpenAI call to get the embedding, but then we have to basically call context.run mutation internal dot notes dot set note embedding. We'll do a note ID and an embedding like this, and hopefully that works. Let's see. Go up here and make sure this is all set. We need to do a db patch instead. This will take args.noteID, and then it'll take in embedding. Like this. And this needs to be an ID of notes. Same thing with this. Okay, so I know it's a lot of additional functions just to get some functionality going, but just the way Convex is structured, this is kind of how you have to do it. And it makes sense because when we first create the note, we're invoking a mutation, which creates the data structure. But then we want to basically kick off, so say context, scheduler, run after 0 seconds, and I'm going to go ahead and just run that notes, create notes embedding, pass in the node ID, and then also pass in the text like this. And I think this is actually going to be the note ID here. So like note ID, pass that, and that's all we probably need to do. So let's just double check if this looks good. We should, when we click on create over here, let's refresh this page. When we click create note, my recipe is gone now. Let's just find a burrito recipe. All right, I found a burrito recipe. Let's just go ahead and like grab all this, and I will paste it right here. And so the idea, if this works, if I create it, string must be at most 12. Yeah, let's get rid of that 12,000. I think that's a bad, like we don't need a max here. Let's just do like, maybe 5,000 would be better. Okay. So that created the note. And if I go to Convex and look at the data that was just created, notice that it doesn't have an embeddings just yet. And that's because we got an error. It says this model does not support specifying dimensions. So I think we got to go back to where we're creating that embedding. So we have that embed function, which I don't remember where I created it. I think it's here. I guess you cannot pass dimensions, but I think it defaults to that same amount. So we should be okay. Let's try it again. So let's go back to our app. Also, I don't like how this is all like one thing. Remember the word wrap we did before? We should probably like format that to look a little bit nicer. Let's go back over here. And here we want to say word wrap, white space, actually white space, line. Let's see what that looks. Okay, so this looks a little bit better. Let's just copy this and we're going to do it again. So I'm going to delete the note, create another note. Go to my logs. I'm going to go ahead and just clear them so we can see if anything bad happens. Click create. And it's creating the note embedding. It's getting the notes. It set the note embedding. So now if I go back to data and go to my notes, it now has this embeddings array. So if we look at this, it's like a giant array which OpenAI and LLMs use to describe the text that was kind of, you know, in the note. And so the cool thing about this is we're going to come full circle. I know this is a lot of information, especially if you're not familiar with all this stuff, is we can now do a vector search using that embedding like they're kind of doing here. So like in our application, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another page called search. Like maybe we should just make another route called search, which allows you to basically do a complete search over your stuff. So yeah, let's just go to the main layout of here. Actually, let's go to side nav, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one called search. Search magnifying glass. Is there a magnifying glass? No. Search icon. Let's do that. And then we'll call that search. Okay, so if you click on search, I want to go to a search page, which we haven't created. And then I'll make a new folder called search. That could basically, I'm going to copy and paste settings over here, and I'll say search page. That'll say search. And what I want to do is I want to add an input and a button, and when you click it, I want to use that vector search to figure out the notes that are relative to what I'm searching for. Okay, so let's go back to that chat widget. I think we have a decent form here. We have like a question form. Let's copy the question form, and then we're going to go and add that here. I'll call it a search form. And then I'm going to paste this here and just kind of rename some stuff. Search form. Okay, and so what this needs to do is we're going to import the search form, which should hopefully display some text and then a button for, I'll say search. Instead of submitting, I'll say searching. Okay, search over all your notes and documents using vector searching. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. Search over other notes using vector searching. If I click search, what I want that to do is run a query and basically use that vector search in Convex over my notes and return my notes for me. All right, so bear with me. A lot of stuff going on here, but we'll get to this. So let's go back and add a new Convex endpoint called search.ts. And I want to kind of copy that example that they had over here. So I'll just go ahead and like grab this whole action. Technically we could use a query, I think. I'll just go like this. I'll call it a query. And we'll just go ahead and say like search is going to be a string. And what we need to do is we need to say context. Oh, I guess it does need to be action. Let's make it an action. So we can do a vector search over notes. And then the by embedding is what we defined it as. Okay. And so now what we need to do is using the search that came in. I don't know why I deleted this. I need to keep this here. We have to basically convert that to a vector as well, which I think we didn't make this public. So let's just export this. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll call a search. So based on the criteria the user placed into the input box and did search, we're going to get an embedding based on that text. And then we're going to search over all of our notes using that embedding. Get back the first 16. But again, we definitely only want the notes that are related to the user who is currently logged in. So I can go ahead and say const user ID is equal to all that. If there is no user ID, you'll probably throw an error, return null. And then finally, we're going to say user ID here. And then we could just go ahead and return the results. I think results is going to be an array of notes. Yeah, it's an ID, a bunch of IDs of notes. So we can't just return the notes. We actually need to like map over those. So I'm going to say return await promise.all. And then we'll say results dot values dot map. What is results again? It's an array of ID and score. So like results should be able to do this. And then for every single one, since we're in an action, what we could potentially do is just run a query here. So I'm going to say return context, run query, and then we want to get the API.notes.get get note. We're going to pass it the note ID like this. I think this is right. Okay, so recap. Get all the notes that were related, and then we actually want the real note data structure. So we run a bunch of individual queries and return that back. I'm going to call this a search action. I think this is a little bit confused. I think I need to do this. Bear with me. I'm just trying to figure out why the TypeScript is not happy here. So I'll say return note. Why is this not? It's a promise. If I wait on this and do async here, that is a note or null, and I'm going to return it. And then I guess I should probably do a filter and just make sure that they're all defined. This needs to be an array. I don't know what's going on here. Let's just do this. Okay, so I should be able to run the search action after I submit. So I'm going to go ahead and just like bring in this search action. This will be search.search action. I'm going to call that search action. We're going to call it with search of values dot text. Might rename this to search so it's more consistent. Okay. And this will be a little bit different from before because usually we use a query that's going to listen to Convex and like automatically update. An action doesn't automatically run when your queries, like the data behind the scenes changes. So what we need to do is we need to get the data that comes back and probably stored in state. So if you look at notes, it's an array of notes, right? So up here, yeah, we need to display those notes somewhere. So I think we need to go up here and say use client. This will be a notes and set notes. Okay, that looks good. And then the search form will take in a set notes dispatch function. Let's go back to the search form. We'll pass it in to set notes like this. Should be fine. And then when the search action's done, we'll just call set notes. Okay. And so what that allows us to do is hopefully later on we can say notes.map, and then for every note, you can simply just return the title. Well, I guess we only have text, so I'll just return the text. And then maybe also return like, yeah, I'll just return this in a div. You don't need to do any substringing. Maybe we'll do like a 200 substring or something. And then here we could say class name BG slate of 800 rounded, adding a 4. And then this whole thing could be a UL. This could be an LL or LI, and we'll say this will be space Y of 4. All right, a lot of stuff going on here. Let's see if this works. Let's go to the search page and see if our app is completely broken. And remember, we added a recipe for burritos. So I'm going to say like any Mexican food recipe. If I click search, that actually gave back our note. That actually worked first try. That's pretty cool. And I think what would be nice if I clicked it, it could take us to the actual note. So there's a little bit more context we need around these things. Like, is it a document or is it a note? And so maybe adding like a type here and just click this will take you to your notes. Might be very useful. So I think we need more text. So maybe 500. And what we're returning here, we don't really have context as to like what the heck the thing is. Right now it's hard coded to be notes, but in the future it could be a note or it could be documents. So I might actually just hack on a type. So here we could do the note, and I'll say type is note. And then this would be a doc type of this, and Let me think about this. If I do plan to add in documents, I think what we want to do is I'm going to change this. It'll be a type, and it could be notes or document. And then we'll have the actual like record be this, an array of that. And then we could return the record is going to be this note in this example. We'll fix the types in a bit. I think this is, I'm just trying to refactor this so we can have a little bit more context about what we're getting back. Because right now, like, we're kind of hard coding it to notes, but in the future I want documents. So I think this, there's actually a way to get a type. So instead of like hard coding this, what we could say is we can do type of, and then we'll say, bring in this search. And then we want to get back the return type. Okay, so now this will already be whatever the heck that function returns, and we don't have to like worry about typing that. Let's see if we can make this typing a little bit better. And so in our particular situation, we want this to be, I'll say const records equal to something like this. And it's going to be a type notes with records being notes. Or it'll be a type documents with record being documents. Okay, and so now when we loop over the records, instead of returning notes here, I'm actually just going to say records.push. And then we're going to push this whole thing into this. Like that. And what is this complaining about? Be notes. If there is no note, I'm just going to go ahead and say return like this. Don't need to do a filter anymore. And why is this complaining? I have my typing wrong here. I think I need to wrap this whole thing in parentheses. Okay, now it's happy. And so I should be able to just return records here, which means that on my page, I could just do set records. This would be set records or results. I'll just do set results, okay. All right, result, and then here, this needs to be the return type or whatever the heck this is. So like this whole thing, I need to do this. There, is that happy? Then over here, this could be result. So here, let's actually just do something like this. I'll say if result.type is equal to notes, then we're going to go ahead and return an li. That's going to have result.record.text. And then for type, we'll just hard code it and say type is a note. Okay. And then else, we're going to assume it's going to be a document. So we'll do this. And this code is getting crazy now. So let's go ahead and close that off, close that off, close that off. Whew, all right. Now this one could have a title, and then also we could probably display the description somewhere. Description. And again, the whole reason I'm doing this is so like I can search over documents in the future, but I want to be able to click on this entire row and have it redirect us to the note that we originally wanted. So I did some refactoring. I think I got a little bit carried away, so you're probably confused if you're watching this. But again, the whole reason we did this is so that we can just like wrap this whole thing in a link. So that depending on what you click, if you click this, you can go to dashboard/notes, and then you can go to the result.record.id, which will take us to the notes page. And then over here, we could do the same thing. We go to dashboard documents, and then we'll go to the document directly. Okay, so let's type in a Mexican dish. Click search. There we go. We got back some information about it. If I click on this, it takes us to the note and we can view it. Go back to search and we can do another search if we want to. Awesome. That was crazy. A lot of cool stuff that went on there. A lot of code, a lot of refactoring. I'm sorry if you got lost, but hopefully it made sense. And we can kind of style this up as well. I think for the text, we should probably give this a white space 3 line, probably on this one too. I'm sure I can clean this up. But we want to do the same thing when we create a document. So let's go to the schema. And what we want to do is we're going to add an embedding on the document, which is optional. Like this. We want to add another vector index on that. Okay. And same idea. We're going to have to basically, when we create a document, so I'll say Convex documents, and then I go to create document. We need to fire off some type of action to create the embedding, which technically we could just add it directly in here where we're adding the description. That might be easy enough to do. Because right here we generate a description and we get the description, which I should probably rename this the description. But what we could do as well is just go ahead and get an embedding. So I can say const embedding is equal to embed description. Well, I need to wait on that. And then we'll just do that before we store it. So I'll just go ahead and say embedding like this. We'll go over here where we can do an embedding, which is an array of floats. And then we'll just go ahead and put the embedding on that. All right, so hopefully, if I go back to the search, we haven't searched over documents yet. We're only searching over the notes. So let's rename this to notes results. And then we're going to limit to 5. Let's just do the max 5 we can find. But we're also going to do the same thing with document results. So document results. This will be a documents page, or sorry, the documents collection. And same idea. We're going to have to basically loop over all these. But instead of the notes, we'll use the document results. This will be a document. This will be api.documents.getDocument. We need the document ID. And then if there's no document, return null. We'll push the document and we'll change the types of documents. And then technically we could wrap these two things in a promise all. We could do some code cleanup, but let's just see if this works. I think this should work right out of the box, which would be really cool because now on our page, it should return any document that seems related. So if I say like, let me just add some more fake data here. So like, let's create a note. Oh, like Next.js is a cool library. I really like Next 14 and Next 15 is coming out soon. Actually, I think Next 15 might already be out. I don't know. Let's create this note. Let's go to documents and let's upload a document related to Next 15. So let's say Next.js route handler. And then we will just go ahead and use that file again. All right, and so that's going to run, do the embedding, stuff like that. Now, if I go back to search, I can just go ahead and say Next.js, and let's see what we get back. We got back, Next.js is a cool library. We got back the recipe thing for some reason. Maybe the score was very low, but like we're not filtering by the score. The first thing I want to test though is like, this is a document. Can I click it and go straight to the document? And there we have it. Took us straight there. Definitely need to do some cleanup on this page, but it did take us to that. It's pretty cool. We go back. Unfortunately, it does clear out of results, so we probably need to figure out a way to make that look nice. But let's go ahead and add some space in between these notes. Actually, I'm not sure why there's no space. Let's just give it a flex column. Gap of 4. Let's see if this will add some space to it. Okay. Also, hovering over these things. Let's just give it a slate of 400. Okay, so we know they're clickable. Awesome. And then also I want to display the score because for some reason I feel like the notes related to the burritos should not be showing up at the top. So I think what we could do is also put a score on this, and we can just go ahead and say result.score. Put it on that too. And then somewhere in our type, we'll probably put a score for a number. That, okay. And then finally we want to sort these. So I'm going to say records.sort record. Actually, we'll say A, B. And we'll sort them by score descending. And just to kind of visualize, make sure we're debugging this correctly, we could just interpolate result.score here to see like what exactly was the score when we did these searches. Okay, so again, we'll say Next.js. Just do a hard refresh and do Next.js, click search. There we go. We got the highest score at the top, which is this note. Next.js is a cool library. We got this other one, which was a document, and then we got this burrito stuff saying the 0.66 in the score range. All right, a lot of cool stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and commit what we have. Okay, commit this. I'm gonna say adding the ability to do vector searches. All right, so one thing that I noticed about navigating to the notes page is that there's a quick flicker of like the empty state, and then it shows the notes. Probably add some type of loader would be a better user experience. So let's go ahead and do that. Go to the notes page, and let's go to the layout, because I think that's where the flicker is happening. So again, the has notes, I think maybe the logic just needs to be improved a little bit. So I think here what we need to do is just, if the notes is not defined yet, then we can go ahead and just display some type of like skeleton loader. So again, we're going to need like a left and a right to visualize what this will look like. I'm just going to go ahead and say like true instead of not notes and just kind of check this out. Again, we have the nav bar on the left, and on the right we have the notes. So that's all we really need to like generate loaders for, is we just let's see what we need to do. We need to go here, you can say class of flex, and then we could say width of 300 pixels. Probably keep it consistent with whatever we're doing here. So that's, yeah, that's 300 pixels there. And then we should probably put a skeleton in there. Like that. Let's just delete the others for right now. Okay, there's our skeleton loader. It seems a lot larger than 300 pixels, so I think this needs to be like W full instead. And we could put a couple of these and just say space Y of like 4. The height's a little much, so we could do like 20. And then the W of full, I don't know why this is like so large. Let's do 200, and then over here, we can do another skeleton loader and just have it be like 400 pixels. Although I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Height of 400 pixels, width of full, but for some reason it's not showing. I think maybe over here we have to give this like a class name flex1. There we go. Okay, yeah, so pretty close. Obviously this needs to be a little bit more gap here, so like we can go back and give this a gap of 12. And that's probably good enough for a loading setup. Maybe add 2 more or something. And then what we could do is just switch this back to, if there is no notes, we can show it. Okay, and there's still like this weird issue with the has notes down here. Like this should not be showing until we know for a fact. Let's go back to get notes and figure out what's going on here. So this is returning null, or it's returning an array of notes. And I think the issue here's this logic is like not the best. So I think we need to say if notes.length is equal to 0. And then otherwise this could say notes.length greater than 0. Notes.length is possibly undefined. Okay. Let me just add notes and this maybe. Let's try it again. I'm going to refresh. We get the loader. And that looks a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and just commit this. Improve loader on notes page. All right, another thing I want to do on this search page is I don't like how when you like search for something and then navigate away and come back, all your results are cleared out. So I think potentially having some type of store in local storage the results might be very useful. Let's figure out where we do this. So right now when the search page loads, we just set it to null. But instead, we could potentially have an effect that runs and looks in local storage to see if we have results there. And also when set results is called, we could store that in local storage. So I'm going to go ahead and just like scope all the local storage code here. Go ahead and pass that in like that. And then I'm also going to say when the search form sets the results, I'm going to say local storage dot set item. And we can just kind of stringify the results that are passed in. Let me not use the name R since that's not very descriptive. Okay, and then also when the page loads, we're going to use an effect like this. And when the page first loads, we are going to go ahead and just get the stored results from local storage. And if they don't exist, we just won't do anything. So if there is no stored results, just return. Otherwise, we're going to parse those results and put them in state. Okay, let's try this out. First try and see if it works. I'm going to go ahead and say Mexican food, do a search, and we got back some results here. And if I were to click away and come back, notice that those are persisted. So I think this is a much better experience instead of it clearing out every single time. Another thing we could do here is instead of just saying type:"note, maybe we could display some type of icon if it's a note versus an icon if it's a document. I'm not really sure how we do that. I guess we'll figure it out. I think these could be abstracted out to a card, like some type of search results component, maybe. I'm going to go here and say function search result. And we're just going to return this and try to figure out like what exactly this thing will have to take in. So obviously a callback URL, we're going to have to take in that. I'm going to go ahead and just put URL here. So when you click on it, we know where we need to go. Secondly, we should have a score that's passed in. It'll be a number. And then finally, we need some text, which could be just generic string. All right, why is this red everywhere? Score is defined as not used. Probably should use a colon there. So let's go down and instead of rendering them out like this, we're going to go ahead and just say search result. And we want to pass in the URL equal to this. And then for text and score, we'll just go ahead and just let autocomplete finish it. And delete that. And then we'll do the same thing for notes. Or sorry, we'll do the same thing down here. But instead of notes, we'll do documents. And then here we'll do description. And then we'll just go ahead and like append it with the title, I guess. Result.record.title plus that. I don't know. A little bit cleaner. Let's scroll up here and this will be score. Oh, we probably need a type as well. So let's say type and that could be a string. And then, yeah, honestly at this point, I don't know if we should just have two components or just one, but we'll just keep rolling with this. So for type, this will be a note. And then this will be document. And then using the type, what we're going to do is I think we could potentially have a div here. And then inside of here, we could say like if type is equal to note, then we need to show like a note icon. How about notebook icon, notebook pin? Let's try that. Otherwise, we are going to do a document. So just do a file icon. And then for the score, we'll do another div that just says score. And then finally, we'll have some text, which will just be like this. So let's see how this kind of looks. If I refresh the page, it should load from local storage. And then we can see those icons, we can see the score, and then we can also see the text. So we'll do some more refactoring here. I think I'm also going to, inside of this, I'll say type is note, and we want to display if it's note or document. Okay, this we could probably add a display of flex, gap of 2. And then for the score, we could probably just say to fixed of 2 places. And we'll say relevancy. Is that how you pronounce relevancy? Relevancy of, and then we'll say the percentage. And then also on this, we'll just say space y of 4. That should kind of space those items out. Maybe give that an XL. On the note itself, we could give it a text of 2XL. I think relevancy would be better over here. Like, it's not that important, but it's nice to know, so we'll put it on the right. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say item center, and I'm going to put this inside of here, wrap this, and then we'll say justify between. Yeah, and we'll make it smaller. I don't know why I made it so large. Let's just do small. There we go. And then finally the icon in the note, like we should probably, again, add back the flexing here. So flex, gap of 2, item center. And on the search page, I'm just going to do a padding bottom of 24, just so I can like scroll down and show you more. Okay, it looks pretty good. I will say the font size is still a little bit too big for me. So I'm going to make this just an XL. And I feel like the icon is also too big. So on the icons themselves, we'll just do last name, width of 3. I'll say width of height. I'm sorry, width of 4, height of 4. I don't know why I can't speak. Okay, that's a little bit too small. Let's do 6. Yeah, so I think if we just load this up with a bunch of fake data, I think this would be a cooler experience. So like I can go to some other random MDX pages in Next.js. So linking and navigation, do that. The location, middleware. And might as well just like save these all into our project. Linking and navigation, co-location, middleware. Okay, let's go to documents and just upload these just to try them out. Linking. Co-location in Next.js. And then what was the other one? I don't even know what it was called. Middleware. I think at some point it'd be cool if I could just put a URL and it'll just go ahead and parse whatever text it finds on that URL. But now we got 4 documents related to Next.js. We keep adding more documents. We have notes related to some random recipes and stuff like that. And so now, just to verify, if I were to say like middleware in Next.js and do a search, I want to make sure that middleware page comes back. And if I go to it, notice that it does show up. Now I will say this page is messed up now. I don't know what happened to the styling on this page, but it is completely messed up. So let's go to the dashboard, and where we're displaying the document, I guess it's this page here. We must have some like random styles that we probably need to get rid of. Padding of 24, get rid of that. That's definitely a step in the right direction. Let's click on this and try to figure out why it's not expanding. So I think this thing should probably be W of full. There we go, and that fixed that issue. Okay, so at this point, I think it would be cool, like if this project that we're building was actually meant for organizations and teams. And so like if you're working on a project with multiple people, we can all just come in here and add whatever notes and documentation and links that we want. And you have a nice way to just do vector searching over everything. I could imagine as your code base gets larger and larger, it's very hard to understand like where certain things are in your documentation. And having some type of semantic search would really help that. So luckily, with Clerk, they have built-in organizations out of the box, and so adding this in, hopefully it won't take too much refactoring. Knock on wood. Typically, you should probably start a project with this already set up instead of what we're doing, which is retroactively going back and refactoring it to work with organizations. But we will figure it out together. So over here, if you go to Clerk and go to organization settings and go ahead and turn that on, that will enable your project to work with organizations, right? And so once you do that, and if you go to the components reference, and they should have a organization switcher, right? So over here, they have an organization switcher, which you can just add into your header and automatically you get this nice functionality for creating organizations, inviting people to your organizations. It's actually pretty powerful. So we're going to go ahead and just bring this in and put it in the header. And typically for organizations, like they have it in the top left. So after we have Big Brain here, let's just have it be like the very first thing. Let's just put organization switcher and see if this works the way I think it would. Cannot be rendered when the feature is turned off. Let's see. I thought I turned it on, so let's go back and check that. I just had the hard refresh the page and now it's working. So now we have up in the top left, we have a organization switcher where we can actually just switch over to whatever organization that we want to. Right now it's set on my personal account, but we can go here and we can create an organization. One thing I want to point out is that like, it doesn't look nice how this is a white background, and I do believe Clerk has a dark mode set up in their components. So I think if I search for dark themes, I could just import dark. Yeah, so go up here, you just install Clerk themes. Let's go and install that. And they say you can pass an appearance to Clerk provider. So if I just go to like my layout, and I should have a providers in here, there should be a Clerk provider. And what they're saying is there should be an appearance, and technically I could pass in, I think, a dark theme. Let's kind of read through the code here. So here's a dark theme. They have a shades of purple. They have different themes, which is actually pretty cool. Like I feel like this is what Gumroad uses. And then of course they have their default theme. So let's figure this out. I have to import the dark theme from Clerk themes, and then somehow, so since we're wrapping our whole app with the theme provider, this gives you a hook you can use, but unfortunately, I don't think we can just call that. Can I just do this real quick? Let's see if I do this. If I just bring in this use theme hook, I want to see what happens if I just return this. I probably need to pass in children here. You know, this is sloppy. Let's just go down here. I'm going to go ahead and say function, and I'll say other providers. So basically, I want to have those children be defined here. And I'm going to use other providers here, like this. So wrap all this. I'm going to move this stuff out. Give me a second, my brain is thinking. Okay, so again, the reason I'm doing this, I'm moving this out so I can use this hook here, because I don't think I can use it unless I do that. But now for appearance, I can simply pass it an object, which I believe I can pass base themes. And if you wanted to switch it to dark, like just like that, you can do that. If we go back to the app, you'll see that it's now in dark mode, which is pretty cool. Same thing with the login, that's also in dark mode. But now if we switch to light mode, notice that it kept this on dark mode. So we want to dynamically change that, which we can say resolved theme. If it's equal to dark, then I think we could just return dark. Otherwise, we'll return undefined. That's how you can do it. So now we'll have the light mode Clerk theme, and then we'll have the dark mode Clerk theme. Pretty easy to add in. Now, when switching to light mode, I did notice a couple of things we'll have to fix with light mode and dark mode, but we're just focusing on dark mode for right now. We see this in the header. I think this link should be like centered. Right now it doesn't look too centered. So let's go back to the header and let's figure out why this thing is not centered here. I'll say like last name, flex, item center. There we go. Probably give it a gap of 8. Give this a gap of 8. So let me show you how organizations work, and then we're going to have to bring in like a webhook to update our Convex database when a user creates a new organization or when they attach themselves to an organization. So let's go ahead, go here, and I'm going to say create organization. Out of the box, you get all this cool functionality where I can basically just upload whatever logo I want for my organization. I can name it. So I can say like my org, and I can click create. And then you can actually start inviting people. So if you have other people that you want to invite to this organization, I can go ahead and type in their email and they will get an invite. So for right now, I'll just go ahead and type in my other email account and I'll click, they're going to be an admin as well. I'll click send invitation and then finish. Okay, I got an invitation for Big Brain and I can accept it, and that'll kind of add me as part of that organization as well. But now we have a little problem because our entire application was scoped based on the token identifier of who you're logged in as, and it's not really scoped as the organization that you have selected. So we might have to do a little bit of refactoring to kind of pass in an organization ID throughout our application so that our data is scoped by org and not scoped by personal access token. So let's try to figure out how to do that. First thing we want to do is on our queries, for example, like the documents, let's figure out how to make this scoped by organization. So let's just start simple. I'm going to go to my documents page, like here, find the query, and this is where we're calling get documents. But now what we're going to have to do is pass in the current organization ID that we're logged in as, right? And so when you're using Clerk, one way you can get that is by saying const organization is equal to use organization, like this. And then if I were to go ahead and just print out some of the things we get here, you'll notice that we get an organization and then we also get an ID here. So this is the organization ID that we can use throughout our application. And when we're doing queries to get information specifically for the organization itself. So let's just go ahead and pass this in, which is potentially undefined, right? So if we don't actually have an organization that we're attached to, this ID won't be here, or this thing won't be set. So let's go to get documents and let's modify this a little bit to take in args. And we're going to take in an org ID, which is going to be a v string, like this. And what we're going to do now is we're basically going to have to do a filter based on two different things. If the organization ID is set, we need to query based on the org ID. Otherwise, we need to query based on the token identifier for personal accounts. So let's go back to our documents. So let's go to schema. And one thing we want to add in is a org ID, like this. And I'm going to go ahead and just add another index called by org ID, like this. And we'll say org ID. Save that. That probably won't save until I clear out all my data. And this is technically optional, right? We don't want this to be required. And also token identifier could potentially be optional. One or the other is required, but you can't really encode that with the Convex validation rules. So we'll make them both optional, which means we'll have to do some type of like validation logic in our actual code itself. All right, so how's this going to work? Again, when we call get documents, we're going to see if an org ID was passed in. Again, we'll make this optional. And if we did pass in an org ID, so I'll say if, I need to get args, like this. If args.organization ID is set, then we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to use the token identifier. Okay, so we could simply just do this, and then we'll say by org ID, this args.org ID. Now this is a step in the right direction, but there's still some security flaws with this. Obviously, anyone can pass in whatever org ID that they want. So we need to verify that the user who's logged in, do they actually have access to that org that we're trying to request documents for. So the way we can figure that out is by using webhooks so that when we create organizations in Clerk and when users are attached to organizations, that information is sent over to the Convex backend and we can kind of track that. So the way I'm going to try to track this is I want to sync up organizations. So I'm going to make a table called organizations, and then we're going to say org ID is a v.string. And then we're also going to say users is an array of strings. So this is how we'll keep track of what users are part of what organizations. Actually, I'm going to change this. I'm going to call this memberships. And this will just be a mapping between a user ID and an organization ID. Okay, and so what we can do is we are going to basically create an endpoint that Clerk can call when an organization is created or updated. And we can kind of update our own memberships table to know if a user belongs to an organization or not. They'll tell you how to do HTTP endpoints. So let's go here. And we're going to say HTTP router. And so you can basically make traditional REST APIs if you want to, like this. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And if you make a method, or sorry, a file called HTTP, and just paste this in, what we can do is we can make an endpoint called Clerk to allow Clerk to post a webhook to us. So for right now, we're just going to have it return nothing. But whenever an organization is updated or created, it'll send a webhook. And now that we save this, the way you can access this endpoint is you go over here and you say /clerk. And I believe instead of cloud, you say API, or sorry, you say site. And that's how you can access your HTTP endpoints. Now, in our case, we have to do a post request. So I'm going to copy this endpoint and we're going to go to Clerk so that we can configure this. I'm going to go to the dashboard, which I think is over here. And we want to go to the webhook section. And when this thing loads, we want to add an endpoint. I'm going to go ahead and put that endpoint, Fleet Partridge 1838 Convex Site Clerk. And then we want to listen for when an organization is created, updated, or deleted. Also, I think we want to keep track of when memberships are created, updated, or deleted. Okay, so that should be good. I'm going to create that. And I think that should all be set up. Okay, so let's go back to our code that we're trying to configure. And the way you can kind of listen for Clerk WebSocket events, you have to kind of search the docs, WebSocket, or sorry, webhook, not WebSocket. And let's go to sync Clerk data to your applications with webhooks. And they'll kind of tell you how you can do this. First thing we need to do is make a webhook secret. So going back to Clerk, I believe they should have a signing secret. Let's copy this signing secret. And I'm going to add it to, technically this needs to be put into Convex. Let's go over here to settings. Let's go to environment variables. And I will just say Clerk webhook secret. I'll paste that in. And then we're going to use that to verify the webhook events that come over the wire and make sure that they're good. Scrolling down a little bit, they're going to tell you that you need to install this library. So let's just go ahead and install this. So we can actually decode and verify the event that came over. And then scroll through some more. They give you an example of how you can do this. They give you examples with the Pages app router, but we just want Node. So let's try to figure out how we can do this with Node. So reading through these docs, I mean, these are going to be very, very specific to Node and Next.js, but we're using Convex, right? So I did already work on a project prior called File Drive. It's a pretty good tutorial if you want to also watch another tutorial by me. But I basically already have this endpoint set up. And I can walk you through how this kind of works, save us some time. Basically, when the Clerk webhook hits this endpoint, what we need to do is we need to get the request string and the headers. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this out. Go ahead and paste this here. And then what we want to do is we want to do a switch on the event that came over. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all this code and I'll delete a lot of stuff. This, and we want to say an organization membership created and updated. So I'll delete those. Just stick to the one right now, keep it simple. So the way this works is once we get the payload string and the headers, we're going to call an action from another Convex file. So I'm just going to make another one called clerk.ts. And I'm going to paste some code. And let's kind of read through this code. So basically what it's doing is we have a fulfill method, which can be called internally from other Convex actions and mutations. And all that's doing is taking over the headers in the payload, and it's verifying that those match using that secret that's stored in the environment variable we just set. Okay, so if everything's good, we should get back a payload. Otherwise, it'll throw an error, I believe. And so from this method, we're going to go ahead and just call internal clerk fulfill. And if everything is good, it will continue on and we can just, do something with the event that came over. I do need to bring in the context here, I believe. So let's just do that. And that should be good. I do need to find the type for webhook event. I think if I just import this, I think that's how you can get it back, hopefully. And now what we can do is bring back the switch statement. And if an organization membership was created or updated, you have like a list of all these different events, right? So update is another one. I'll just do created. Might have to bring in this as well. Webhook event. Let me change that to context as well. Okay. So now we got the list of created, updated, and deleted. And so if someone were to create a new organization, we need to basically add that to the table here that we created. Okay, so go over here. We're going to say internal. Let's make a new file here called organizations.ts. And then I'm going to say export const add org. Let's say add user ID to org equals mutation. Import that. Args will be org ID, which will be a v.string, and then a user ID, which will also be a v.string. And then we're going to do a handler here. Basically do an await context db insert memberships and add those two in. And make sure this is an internal mutation. We don't want anyone to be able to call this from the outside world, because that would be probably pretty bad. Okay, so now if we got this right, what we can do is we're going to call internal.memberships. Oh, we're going to call internal.organizations, which I might actually call memberships. Let me rename this. Their schema is called memberships, not organizations. So let's keep that consistent. All right, now we'll do memberships.add user to org ID. And for the token identifier, we actually need to keep track of the clerk hostname, because the data that comes over the wire, it just has a user ID, but in Convex, like, we're actually keeping track of the clerk hostname, which I think is already in, actually it's not. Let's just go ahead and say clerk hostname, and we're going to add that in, which if we go to our clerk dashboard, I think we should already know what our hostname is. I think it's perfect cricket 75 accounts dev. Okay, so let's go back and, another way we can check to make sure we're doing this right is let's go to data, and then we should be able to see any of these document IDs, the token identifier, it has the host name in here. So it's clerk accounts dev. Let's just grab this whole prefix here, and we're going to add that right there. So now we added clerk host name so that we can use it here and prefix it with this. I think I actually named it wrong. Let me go over here. I'm going to call it perfect cricket. And this would actually need to be the user ID. And then we're going to do this. Okay, so when a organization is created, that's what we're going to have to call. I think we can also do it for organization membership updated. Now, off the top of my head, I don't know if they can both use the same exact handler, but let's just handle the last statement, which is organization membership deleted. And then we should probably call a completely different method to remove the membership. So I'm going to go ahead and say remove user ID from org. Okay, let's go to memberships. Let's go ahead and make that function. And the difference is we'll have to delete the membership and find it by ID. So I'm going to say const membership is equal to await context db dot query. And then we want to get the memberships where we could probably do a withIndex. And we don't have a way to search over memberships, right? So we probably want to get all the memberships by a certain combination. So like I could say by, I'll say org ID and user ID. So that's something I didn't talk about yet, is you can actually have composite indexes. So I'm saying, like, if you have the org ID and the user ID, you can do like a composite key pair lookup. Okay, so that should be good enough. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this method that we're adding. Go back to memberships, and we want to get by org ID and user ID. We'll say Q equals org ID is equal to that, where the user ID is also equal to that. And then finally, we'll say collect. Or actually, I think we can say first, and that'll just give us the first record. And then if we get something back, we're just going to delete it. So delete membership.id. All right, so let's take a pause. Let's try to figure out what's going on here. So when the webhook event comes in and it says, hey, we just deleted user ID from this org, all we're doing is updating our table, finding that organization membership that might exist, and then deleting it if it does exist. Okay. All right, so a lot of code. Hopefully this works. And the way we can verify this is let's go to our memberships table here. And then let's go back to Clerk. Oh, let's go up here to organizations. I'm actually just going to delete this one for right now because we're not really using it. All right, there we go. So, you know, we might as well just clear. Let's just clear everything. Let's just start fresh. Sometimes when you have too much stuff, delete all the documents. There should be no memberships. And then there should be very little notes. Let's just start fresh. Okay, so I'm going to go up here, and we're on our personal account right now. And I should be able to upload a document or create some notes. So let's just go create note and say testing. I'll create that. Should work fine. But if I want to create a new organization, let's just go ahead and do this. And I'll say my org. I'll create it. I don't want to send any invites, so I'll skip for right now. And then I'm going to click Documents. And if I go to Convex, we should see a membership entry be added where it's linking our user ID to this org ID. Okay, awesome. Let's also check the logs. You'll see that we should have gotten some events for membership, add user ID to org. We got 2 events for clerk fulfill. But let's verify if we were to remove the user from this organization, like, do they get deleted? So we're going to go and just refresh this real quick and just manually delete it one more time. Because I don't think I can delete this admin. Oh, it looks like I can. Let's just remove him. Oh, let me add my other account as an admin. And then I'm going to delete this user. And hopefully we should see that that user got deleted. So this one that we're looking at right now, I believe this is my other account who should be attached to that org. Okay, so the adding and the deleting of organizations works fine. And if I were to add this member back, go ahead and add him back. There he goes. All right, so all of that, I know is a lot of information, but a quick recap is we added an HTTP endpoint in Convex that can listen for webhook events. When Clerk updates memberships for like users added to organizations or deleted from organizations, that sends us a webhook. We verify it with the webhook secret to make sure it's proper and it came from Clerk. And then we update our organization table using that information. Okay, and the reason we're doing all this is so that when we start trying to query documents based on org ID, we can verify, hey, is this user actually part of this organization? So let's make a function. I'm going to say const has org access. Okay, and this is going to be an async function that takes in a context mutation or query and an org ID. And all we're going to do is let ChatGPT write everything for us because we're lazy. So we'll get the user ID from the identity, and then we are going to look up the membership using the org ID and the user ID that we're currently logged in as. And if that thing is defined, we know that we have access to that organization. Okay, so if org ID is passed in, I'm going to go ahead and say const org access is equal to await. Do that. I'll say has org access. I can't use the same name, so this will have to be like is member. Okay, and if we're not a member, we should probably just throw an error. In this case, it's a query, so let's just return null or undefined. That probably works. Otherwise, we'll just get back the information that was associated with the personal account. Okay, so this is going to end up becoming like sprinkled out through all of our code base. So I think this will work for documents, but I think I kind of wish I did this for notes first instead of doing it for documents, because the notes are just a little bit easier. So let us do something similar. I'm going to go to the notes page. And for get notes, I'm going to take in a org ID. So args will be org ID v.string, but it's also optional. So we'll do v.optional like this. And then this will take in an args. And then I'm going to go ahead and say if args.org ID is set, otherwise we'll do something else. Go ahead and do the normal flow if it's not set. If it is set, we are going to get all the notes by the org ID. Now again, we'll have to go in the schema and go to our notes table and add that index there. So let's just go ahead and add that index so we can do queries by org ID. And we'll have to add an org ID to our notes as well. Okay, so let's go back and so now we're doing a query based on the org ID, but again, we have to check if we're members. So I'm going to say const has access equals to await has org access, pass it those things. And if we don't have access, we're going to return null here. And then also when we create a note, so create note, where's that happening? Here it is. This could potentially take in an org ID. And then we're going to do something similar here. We're going to say if args.org ID, we're going to do a new flow. Otherwise, we're going to do the old flow. And make sure this is all good. I'm going to say let note ID equals to ID of notes. So we'll set it. But if it's an org ID, what we're going to say is have access. Okay. If you don't have access, we're going to throw an error. And then we're going to create this using that org ID that was passed over. And I think token identifier is potentially undefined as well. So I have to go back to the schema. This could potentially be optional as well. So let's just go ahead and wrap it as optional. And let's go back to our notes here. And so we don't want to set token identifier if it's the org ID flow. But otherwise, we still want to do the embeddings and stuff. So we'll kick that off. Cool. Let's just see if this works for notes. So let's go back to our app. I'm going to go to notes. And I am selected with my org right now. So like, notice that it's returning testing, which isn't what we want because I think that was created on my personal account. So let's go to the notes page. And I think somewhere here we're doing a query to get all the notes. I don't know where that's happening. A layout, okay. And then this should probably take in an org ID if it's set. So org ID, and then we're going to go ahead and say const organization is equal to use organization. And then same thing like we did on the other page. We're going to use it if it exists. So now we should get back no notes because we haven't created any on this organization. I'm going to create another one saying this is an org note for my org. Save that. And that created our note, hopefully. Let's go to our data and let's try to figure out if it created the note. This is an org. But unfortunately, the org ID was not set because I don't think we're setting it, unfortunately. So I think where we send off, yeah, where we call create note button, we should probably do something similar. So let's go here. That's probably calling an action somewhere inside of the form. Yeah, we need to bring in the organization from this. And when we create the note, we should set org ID if it's defined. But otherwise, it just attaches it to your personal account, and that's not what we're going for. So again, let's just delete these two things. And we are going to go back to our app. I'll just go ahead and say testing. I'll click create. It shows up. It has an org ID set. That's good. And then I should be able to log out and log back into someone else. Or I could just go to my personal account. I have no notes here. I could say personal note. There we go. And as I switch between these, notice that these notes are scoped based on the organization themselves. And then also, yeah, let me log out and try to make sure that I can see that same note from somebody else. Okay, let's go to this documents. I'm going to go to notes and I'm set on personal account. Let's switch to my org. And there you have it. We actually have a shared note between those two users, which unfortunately we don't see the note because that's another thing we have to kind of add logic to handle. But we are seeing the list of notes show up here. All right, let's try to finish up the other section. So there should be a get note function. And let's try to understand this because we're trying to get a note by ID here. And it doesn't have a token identifier on it, right? So what I need to do is I'm going to go ahead and say if note.orgid, otherwise we're going to do the same old logic as we did before, like this. And I'm going to say const has access is equal to has org access. And if we don't have access, return null, like this. Yeah, so now we have permissions. And now the note will show up here automatically. Pretty cool. Same thing with deleting. Deleting a note should probably also be scoped to some type of permissions. All right, let's just do the same thing with note deleting. So if there's no note, throw an error. If note.orgid, do some type of logic, otherwise do something else. Do this. Const has access, otherwise throw an error. Now this type of logic right here, like we could potentially abstract this if we find ourselves using it a lot. I could say like function assert access to note. And then we could take in a note. We probably need to take in a context, which could be a query context. Or a mutation context. And then also a note. So I could just say doc notes this. Again, you can always just write these helper functions that'll make stuff cleaner, right? And then the user ID itself, like we could probably just pull that in here. And so now instead of having to like write this, I could just say await assert access to note and then pass it the note information. And now I don't have to worry about looking at that function anymore. And I could probably find another place to do that. So like over here, where we're creating a note, we can't run that. Create note embedding. That wouldn't make a difference. It's internal. This is internal. That's an embed function. This is a get notes. You know, maybe we didn't really need to abstract that, but I think it's fine if we ever find a need for it. So now for deleting it, we should have some type of permission set up so that only people who are associated with this can actually delete it. Let's just go ahead and test to make sure this works still, and it does. Cool. So now we can kind of do the same logic with documents. I think I got all the notes, and obviously you want to double check to make sure you didn't miss any security flows. But let's go to documents, and then let's go through these and make sure these all work. So I'm going to go to documents here. I'm going to upload one. I'll just say Next.js, say linking. And before I click it, let's just go ahead and go to create document. And notice that this is not taken in an org ID. So we should probably allow it to take in an optional org ID. And if it is set, so if args.org ID is set, we need to say, check if they have access. And if they're not access to that org, we'll just go ahead and throw an error. And otherwise, we'll say org ID is equal to args.org ID, like this. Okay. Where else? Let's just go ahead and click on this and make sure that this works. Okay, that created it, but it didn't come back because I think we have to do a get documents call. And we may not be passing documents when we query it. So let's go to the documents page. Actually, let's double check what happened there. Let's go to documents, and did org ID get set here? It did not get set for some reason. I think it's because when we did the post request, we didn't set it. So it just added it to our personal account. So let's go back to the documents page. And then somewhere we have the ability to create the document. So create document button. Go to the upload document form. And inside of here, we can just go ahead and get the organization is equal to use organization. And when we call create document, this is where we need to set it if it happens to be defined. And it looks like this was not, did I not update this to take this in? Org ID is an optional v-string. Okay, there we go. My TypeScript was just acting slow. So let's try it again. Go back to our app. Testing, go ahead and select any document. Click upload, and then it should show up. We can view it. Actually, we can't view it because that's probably another thing we have to double check with permissions. So let's go back and delete some of this stuff because now I'm getting confused. Let's go to documents. Let's go to get document. Okay. Okay, so now we have this helper function called has access to document, which right now it's kind of hard coded to use the token identifier. But instead we could say if document.orgid, if that's defined, otherwise we could just do this. And I'll say has access, will return null, and that'll kind of work as it did before. Yeah, I don't know why this page is broken now. It's documents and then the document ID. So did I break something there? Document ID page. That's calling get document. But it's saying that the page is not found. Oh, it's because I changed it. First of all, let's go to the header, and I'm going to say dashboard instead of documents here, but that's kind of confusing. And then there's a button that said view, and when you clicked on it, like if I go to dashboard and click on view, for some reason that was going to the wrong page. This needs to go to dashboard document. All right, let's click it, and we can see back the document now. Awesome. I think we should be able to chat with the document as well. Let's make sure this works. How do I link to another page? Click submit. Let's see if this works. Seems like that's still working, but I do want to make sure that like we didn't potentially have a security issue there. So ask question, I believe, was the action. And that basically gets the document, has access to document query, and that calls our helper method, which calls the whole org flow. So we're covered in that aspect as well. Cool. So I think now, like if I were to upload a bunch of random documents, Next.js, do route handlers, upload some notes, bean burrito, recipe, rate that. And then I switch over to my personal org. Completely different set of documents. So linking test Next.js. Testing in Next.js. Hold on. So I think there's a little bug where I'm still attaching token identifier to some of these records. And so even though you're attaching them to an organization, they're also getting attached to your personal account. So that's kind of problematic. We probably shouldn't do that. So when we create a document, we should probably only allow one or the other. And so if org ID is set, we shouldn't be allowing token identifier. Unless you, for some reason, need to know what user created that document. So I'm actually just going to do this. I'm going to pull this into here, and then we'll set the org ID in that instance and not in the other instance. All right. Now I wonder if I'm doing the same thing for notes. I'm probably doing the exact same thing for notes. No, I'm doing notes correctly. I guess I'll say this design that I'm doing could probably use a little bit of reanalysis to make sure that we're not potentially causing something that could be harder to maintain than necessary. Because right now I'm already like running into situations where it's like, oops, I forgot to not set the token identifier, and now it's showing up as a personal. So one approach is you can make the org ID be the sole identifier for the document so that it can only ever be attached to one thing. And then for org ID, you could just put the token identifier there as well. It just depends on how you want to do it. This is the approach that I ended up going down. It works, but it just, maybe it's not the best approach. Testing Next.js. So I think the testing in Next.js, let's go to those documents. And where they have a token identifier on them, like we should probably delete. So let's just delete this whole thing. Also delete it from there so that it doesn't get displayed when I go to my personal. So testing Next.js, and then we have Next.js linking. So those are all kind of isolated, and this is a personal note that should only be attached to my personal account. I can view it. If I go to my org, it's a different note. It's the bean burrito recipe. All right, so let's double check the searching, because that could potentially be searching over everything in your system, and maybe we don't want to do that. So let's go to Convex search, and let's verify what is this searching over, because I don't think this has a concept of org ID anymore. So if you notice here, this is not taken in an org ID. I think we should take in an org ID, and we'll say v-optional v.string. I think what we need to do is this filter needs to be dynamically set up. So I'm going to go ahead and say const filter is equal to, and then if args.org ID is set, then we're going to go ahead and just set the filter to that. Otherwise, we're going to set it equal to the token identifier with the user ID. Right now, I'm going to do any, should be fine. But what I also need to do is I need to say if the org ID that's being passed in, make sure you have access to it. Otherwise, we do not want to allow them to be able to search based on org ID. So I think we can just import has org access. Unfortunately, this is a action, and we don't know. Like, we'd have to actually run a query. So I'm going to say context run query, and then I'm going to say internal membership has org access query. And let's pass an org ID. So we don't have a query here, so I'll have to add one. Let's go over to memberships, and then we're going to add a method called has org access query. This will be an internal query. And honestly, I think we can just say like has access is equal to await has access to org. Import that one, and then return has access, because that should be true or false. So we're basically just wrapping a query around that existing helper function. Honestly, we could just do this so that we can call it from the action to know if we should be able to access anything that we're doing. And then the filter will dynamically change based on if the org ID is set or not, and we can kind of pass that in like this. And then finally, we have to go to our schema, and where we're doing that vector searching, we need to change it. Filter fields. We're going to pass an org ID here, I think. All right, just to try this out, I'm going to go to my org here. And when we're calling the search action, we want to make sure that we're passing in that org ID. So let's go here, and we are going to make sure that org ID is passed in, which we don't have. So I'm going to say organization is equal to use organization. And again, we could just go ahead and do organization.id. That. And hopefully when I do submit, we should not get back one for linking. So if I just type in Next.js and do a search, we shouldn't get back anything for linking, and we didn't. So I think that's a good sign. All right, I'm going to go ahead and commit all this. I'm going to say refactor to support organizations, and I'll commit that up. Well, honestly, I don't think I'm going to get to the settings page. I'm going to delete this. I don't think we need that. There we go. We'll just keep it simple with those three main features. And Yeah, I think the very last thing I want to add in is probably a landing page. So when it comes to Tailwind CSS, like you can usually find pre-made landing pages very easily and go to the official Tailwind UI page. Typically they have like a marketing section and you can find a landing page or like a hero. If they have a hero section. All right, let's click hero section. And notice here they do have a free React template you can kind of grab the code of. So if I just grab this whole thing and we're going to collapse all this, collapse this too. Let's go to app, go to our main page here. I'm going to paste in all of that code. And I'll call this the landing page. Some of these icons we don't need. Navigation we probably don't need. The header, we already did our own header, so I'm going to delete that. And the mobile app view. Let's look at what our app looks like right now. Let's go back to our app. And here's what it looks like with all those interesting things. Let's go ahead and remove some of the stuff. So like announcing our next round of funding. Don't really need that. Data to enrich your online businesses. Let's go ahead and change this. I'm going to say, all right, so I went ahead and just updated some of the copy here. So take control of your team documentation. Big Brain acts as your team's second brain, storing all your docs and allowing easier vector search. Get started and learn more. Let's just get rid of the learn more button. Okay, and then for get started, I'm just going to say sign in. We'll just add like a sign in button for Clerk. And go ahead and do that. The one thing I noticed is I can't click anywhere in the header because the header is like probably a lower Z index. So go to the header and I'm going to give this like a Z of 10 and a relative. Let's see if I can get that above. There we go. Now I can click on it. And then dark mode will probably be better for this landing page, like the hero. Let's just go ahead and like try to make this look a little bit better with dark mode. I think the BG white doesn't really help. All right, so let's go ahead and find where we're saying take control. I'm going to say dark will be text gray of 50. There we go. And then over here, we'll say dark is text gray of 100. And then I want to put an image here. So let's just use like the placeholder image that we use in other places in our app. I'll say source, and that will be what PNGs do we have? Public / documents, documents.svg. The width is 200, height is 200. Alt is a woman holding a document. Cool. Center this. So MX auto, that should center it. And then also just add some like margin bottom 8 to it. And then move it up. I don't like how it's like all the way down. So I think padding Y could probably be like set to 12. All this other stuff can go away. Let's try out light mode and make sure it looks good. This looks kind of bad. So I'm going to go ahead and just give this a BG of gray of 800 and see what this looks like. Padding of 8, rounded XL. We could probably improve like the light mode, dark mode a little bit just by adding simple classes. For example, like the header, when it's dark, we could do BG slate. And when it's light, we could say BG slate of 50. Okay, that already improved the dark mode and the light mode a little bit. We go to our dashboard. There's various places where like the hovering, not the best for light mode. Like let's go to the side nav. And text hover, we should probably do cyan 400 when it's light mode. But when it's dark mode, we could probably do like dark hover text cyan 100 or something. Okay, just look a little bit better accessibility. If I switch to dark mode, does it still look okay? Okay. View the documents. Here's chat. The chat is not even legible, so like we should probably go to the documents page. Make sure that the chat is actually something we can read. So chat panel. When it's dark mode, we should probably do that stuff. Dark mode should be that. And then when it's light mode, we'll say like slate, BG slate of 100. Okay. Okay, more stuff we gotta kind of clean up. So this will be dark mode only. Light mode would be BG slate of 200. Dark mode only, BG slate of 100. Maybe 300, I don't know. Okay, already looks a little bit better. Viewing the document, that's what we just looked at. Notes. Click on a note. First on a note looks terrible too. Let's go to notes and we'll go to the note ID. Go to the page. This should be dark mode, and then BG slate of 200 for non-dark mode. There we go. So right then and there, I mean, we have. Oh, this is pretty bad. Also, the hovering is pretty bad over there for notes. So let's go to the layout. And somewhere we're hovering. Here it is, text cyan. So we'll do 300 by default, and then dark will be hover text cyan 100. Awesome. What about creating notes? This looks good. I might just change the logo to the brain. I think that'll be better. And then I could just, why is this not getting rounded? Rounded 2XL. Like, why is that not getting rounded? Probably the relative I'm adding. Oh, there we go. All right, honestly, I think that's as far as I'm going to take this project. I think this is a really good launch point or starting point if you wanted to create your own project with organizations and some type of second brain functionality. We can upload documents and create notes and then do vector searching over those. This page could probably use some work as well. Let me just clean that up real quick because I want that to look good too. So I'll say dark hover, dark BG slate 200, hover BG slate 300. There we go. We got searching over documents. Now that looks better. And I want to give a special thanks to Convex and Clerk for allowing me to create this tutorial for you all. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this and learning something from watching me code. I know some of the parts of this tutorial became very complex to understand, especially when we started doing the organization stuff. But overall, I think if you understand the general concepts, you'll be able to build whatever you want yourself with this type of approach. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and like always, have a good day and happy coding.